Oh my god! Alright, let's check the options real quick. Camera shake. Hero voice. Oh, okay, yeah, you can turn off Hornet's voice. 144. Oh. Okay. Wait, what about extras? Okay, let's start. Oh my god, it's time! Full immersion. They see your beauty, so frail and fine. They see your peace, woven of faith and toil. They forget your heart, bound in slumber and servitude. When you wake, they shall see your truth, a beast's nature bare to all. From Farloom's Folly by the conductor Romino. Turn off alerts. I'm scared if I try to Alt-Tab right now, it's gonna skip the cutscene. I mean, I guess I could just start it again, but... Hold on. Thank you for the subs, guys. Thank you, everybody. We've been captured. Steam is actually going down. Oh shit. Can I get rid of the white box? No, sorry. Progressive has to stay. It's barely noticeable anyways. Hey, Kinlem, thank you for the sub. Act 1. Yo, thank you for all the subs, guys. Thank you, everybody. We start with 1 health? Friend. I just healed 3. Damn, look at me go. Oh, when you attack... Oh, that's so interesting. When you attack down... It's a diagonal poke. Yo, Cypher, thank you for the 10 gifted. Oh my god, the game is so beautiful. What if there's a secret at the start? I don't think so. Oh, the environment is so pretty. Dude, you attack really fast. Shell shards. What's that? Long sewing tool uniquely balanced for combat. The blade is marked by time and use. Versatile thread naturally produced within the shell. When enough silk is stored, wounds can be healed and skills executed. Simple protective garb, expertly woven but showing signs of age. Basic pouch designed for holding tools, traps, and crafting materials. Oh my god, shit. Yo, I'm Chaos. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Dude, it's so weird having this diagonal pogo now. That's like so Also, you can mantle. Oh, the music's so nice. Oh, I can swim. Something broke at the bottom. Well, you can interact with like a lot of the environment. Oh, maybe under. Secrets? Oh, is that silk? Or no, that... Okay, I don't think I have, like, moves yet. I got some shards. Oh, so that's like I think the shards are like Geo. But maybe it's not as like abundant in this game, because it seems like you only get... Well, you don't get too much of too many shards at a time. What's that? Mossberry, is that a consumable? Its seeds are toxic to most creatures. Sweet fruit that grows in moist environments. Hello, wee lamb. Yo, Maunat, thank you for the sub, man. Macaroni, thank you for the 7 months. Did I get really lucky? Did I get really lucky getting, like, being able to download the game? I got so lucky. Yeah. Yo, it's the... what can I say? I'm a speedrunner, chat. Oh my god, I just went all the way back down to the start. What did I pick up? Let me check. Oh, worn string holding a meager amount of rosaries can be broken and the loose rosaries used to trade. Huh. So I wonder if that's the... It's like a poppable soul, kind of. Yo, thank you for all the subs, guys. I'm sorry, I'm like... I don't want to distract myself too much from the playthrough. There's like a lot of subs, but thank you, everybody. Yo, Miss Lantern, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Everyone is getting their Shaw bad. Oh, you know what? I wonder. Wow, so you healed that much at once. That's crazy. skipping the game. I'm just exploring. Yeah, sorry, I have donation alerts turned off because also it's so interesting when you heal, it heals so much at once, so you need to like you don't want to I don't think I have a map yet. Because it heals so much at once, you don't really want to heal when you're only missing like 1 health. Dude, where am I going? You skip half a map. I mean, I'm gonna go back. Like, I'm just exploring. Moss Mother. Oh, that hit me. Oh, jeez. Music is so sick, dude. Oh my. Looks like there's... Man, I feel like I skipped... I want to go back down, but I guess I'll look what's up here first. Oh. Hello. Up with you. Up. I won't have you dying on my floor. Ah, awake at last. You should mind your strength, traveler. There's no use wasting energy on an old nobody like me.
That's fine.
I see that now, madame. My welcome to your land has not been kind. I had reason to be wary. So you're another pilgrim, then, scuttled out of the darkness to climb the great path and bow at its gilded peak?
Da, Fenestra.
I am no pilgrim. I am Hornet, and I arrive in your land by no choice of my own. I was brought to your kingdom by force, captured by strange bugs clad in veils. Oh, how curious. The bugs of the Citadel. At the summit of our land, they veil themselves in service to their faith, or perhaps as slaves to something greater. Then I shall seek their citadel. If these veiled bugs would go to such lengths to bring me here, I intend to find out why. Oh, ferocious, intimidating. Yours is no pilgrim spirit. You've the bearing of a hunter. Welcome then, fierce traveler, to Farloom, our holy yet haunted land. Before you depart, permit an old bug a brief warning. Best keep that weapon drawn. Our kingdom is gripped by a curse. Its paths grow wild and dangerous, and though some still attempt the climb to the citadel at its crest, none return to speak of what they see. So instead of going down, we're climbing in this game. We're going up. Ascend through the lands of Farloom to reach the citadel at the kingdom's peak. You bear your blade well, Hunter, and you've skill no doubt, so I don't mean any unkindness when I say you still seem a little frail. I was a long time spent captive, bound by seals strange to me. My strength is diminished but recoverable. By the time I reach that citadel, I'll be ready to face what waits. If the veiled bugs have an interest in you enough to brave the wastes beyond our borders, then you must be rather special, yes? In my own lands, some may once have seen me so. In this place, with my strength sapped, I am just another traveler. Oh, a traveler, but still something more. I can see it now, of course, that focus. Did those veiled bugs realize who they snared? Perhaps it is they who should be worried, eh? You are as foreign as you, Hunter dear. Visit me when you care. I look forward to hearing how your steps might shake our world. Oh, yes. This is like the finger reader. Okay. Well, I don't know where I want to go. Everybody will get their downloads eventually. It's not that serious, I feel like. Oh my god, dude, this game is so... I can't believe it's finally here, man. It's so beautiful. Oh, look at the bugs. I mean, we're going for 100% playthrough, chat, so even if we skip an area, we're going to be going back to it. I think we made it to the town, Bone Bottom. Oh, the soundtrack, dude. A fellow pilgrim, are you? About to start your great journey to the Holy Citadel up top. I'm no pilgrim, sir, though it seems we will be traveling a similar path. Not a pilgrim. Well, it makes no difference, I suppose. We all must walk the roads up and up, though most of us will fall long before we see the grand gates. If you're wise, you'll stop here and rest a while before heading out into that dangerous world. Rest here with me as long as you'd like. I'm not ready to leave yet, and a little company is always nice. Aw, cute. Oh, you know what? I feel like the game... Yeah, sorry, the game sound is maybe a little quiet. Let me turn it up a bit. Hopefully that's... maybe that's a little too loud, I don't know. It's probably okay. It was good, now it's a bit loud. It's okay. It was fine before. It should be good now. Oh, you've come to hide down here too, then. 'Tis a fearful world out there. If you can keep quiet, I don't mind you joining me. Fine. You've chosen a curious place to rest, ma'am. This pit of bells and the structure around it, they suggest a station for travel, though one long abandoned. Aye, rumors in the camp say these bells run throughout the lands, great veins of them, forged by our ancient kin. And some even say bugs used to travel through them in gilded carriages, no less. Really, such fanciful travel would be a sin for us pilgrims. We must walk and climb and crawl using only our own meager claws. Only thus can we prove our devotion. Down here you can't hear the cries of the pilgrims above, only the faintly ringing bells. I'll stay and meditate a little longer before I start my own pilgrimage. Silksong has Twitch drops? I mean, I have drops on, so... If there are drops, they should be on. There's definitely a puzzle here or something. Is that why so many people are subbing? Because of the drops? Oh, traveler, destined for the Citadel, yes? Well, before you embark, won't you stop and make a trade with an old pilgrim? I'd see your wares, madam, though I fear I may have nothing worthy to offer in return. Oh, worry not. If you lack fine goods to trade, we can barter still. In this devout land, we deal in the currency of faith. Rosaries, those finely carved beads of prayer. If you will only share some with me, I will trade you something fair. Let's see, what can we buy? A magnetite brooch. The stone's a beauty, isn't it? They say it'll help you gather up rosaries on the road ahead. You'll come back and share some with me, won't you? Oh, okay. This is the gathering swarm, I think, of this game. A mask shard, just a piece of something greater but finely crafted. You should take it with you, traveler, for luck. Craft metal, a rare find this, shinier than faith and harder than a craggler's hide. A skilled craftsbug could fashion something nice out of it if you've got the knowledge. Okay, so this is like a crafting material of some sort. Simple key, seems just like a key, but who knows what it'll unlock. I reckon it's come from the Citadel, so it must open the way to something holy. Rosary string. Loose rosaries filling your pockets? I can string them up safe so you won't go losing them. Might seem a simple art, but it takes some talent to keep them properly secure. Oh, okay. So this is like a way to store your rosaries so you don't lose them when you die, I guess. Yo, Raylene, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you guys for all the subs, everybody. What's this you're building, sir? A sign of some kind? Aye, aye, you're a sharp bug, a wish wall. Past this time, this old camp had one. As the resident fixer, I've taken it upon myself to sort it out. They're a popular thing about Farloom wish walls, useful too. So many prayers left unanswered gives him a place to go. Once this wish wall is up, bugs will be able to seek help from any able shell around. You could even try granting a couple of wishes yourself, Missy. Oh, the soundtrack is so nice, dude. It's a nice touch that you like interact with the environment. You're like pushing down the moss. There's like a grapple point up there, I think. Silksong is real. Can I pogo off them? Oh, hear me pray, please hear me sing. My path's ahead, but here's the thing. Can't squeeze past, oh gate of bones, so please wake up and help. Oh? Why do you sing, little one? This bony gate seems like a poor audience. Oh, but of course I sing. I am Sherma, a pilgrim just like you. Hear the call of the great Citadel just like every other devout soul. But look here, as soon as our sacred journey begins, we are tested. This huge gate stands between us and the way forward. Only holy prayer and song will open the way. In this kingdom, even mighty bone is moved by music. Join your voice with mine, Red Maiden. You, me, and my lucky chime will sing together until the great gate opens. Sturdy gate, I don't ask you to break or bend. Just open a little for me and my tall maiden friend. Is something happening? I don't think we can sing. I don't think we can make Hornets sing yet. Yes, the game has voice activation. Need to sing IRL. Oh, that's such a cute NPC. Oh my god, the game is so... Oh, I just started and I'm already like... So It feels so good. The art is so good. Whoa. I don't think we can get up there yet. I do kind of want to go back to the... Oh? Little secret room. Wonder if there's anything else here. Yo, Barefoot on the Moon, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Yeah, that's, well, it's one of the currencies. I think there's like 2 different currencies. Game is 20 bucks. Yeah, Team Cherry is just the most based company of all times. Oh shoot. Those guys do 2 damage. Oh no. Oh. Oh, we're here. Wait, we're on the... Wait, are we gonna be able to open the gate? Oh, we are. I did it! Oi, did you see it, Red Maiden? The great gate heard my song and in its infinite and ancient kindness has opened the way forward for us. Gate, 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 nicest gate I've met. Gate, 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 greatest miracle yet. Hahaha.
Ora venta, faridu ora venta, faridu la simane, doni poina voli.
You did it!
Pina sans mi manisette. D'un enfant sur le banc, Faridou la simane.
Give me all the beads. What's that? Sure. And what a fancy bench. And there's bells, which means this could be a puzzle. You're a pilgrim, you are blessed to walk the foundations of Farloom. Humble yourself before the shells of those who gave their lives to hold our kingdom's weight. I wonder how I'm gonna get the map. We don't have any map right now. Not yet. Makes me wonder if I missed it. Probably not. I don't know if I should go back to the area, like the starting area, because we might have... I don't know. I don't know where to go. The Marrow. To progress further. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely still like at the start of the game. It's like, that fight wasn't that hard. This game good. It's amazing so far. It's really good, yeah. Thank you so much, Latex, for the 5 gifted. Thank you guys for all the frickin' subs. I feel like every time I look over at my screen, there's just a new sub. Sorry, I just want to stand up and stretch a little bit. Okay. It is interesting though that you use all of your soul when you heal in this game. Yo, what's up, Mario? There's so much to explore, man. It's like, I don't know where to go. Guard pendant. Tool acquired. Okay, so those are like the charms of this game, I think. Oh wait, allows one to collect more shell shards from defeated creatures. Oh, okay. Pretty basic. We got our silver serpent ring. There's so much stuff that I'm missing, but it's like, there's just so many different ways to go. It's fine. We need to get the map before we can... Oh. We need to get the map before we can, like, fully explore. Dude, those rocks do so much damage! What the... Oh my god. Sheesh. I just got Shrek'd, dude. Her scream. Sheesh. Wait a sec. This isn't where I need to go. Wait a sec, where the heck am I going, chat? Was it not? Wait. Oh, it's this way. Wait, no, now I'm going... Oh, no. It was... Wait a sec, where the heck did I'm not... Did I go to the right? I think I went to the right, didn't I? I'm going the complete wrong way. Oh yeah, I could have equipped the charm. It's okay. We'll find another bench soon. I don't have a map! We're gonna be very lost in this playthrough for a while. Well, probably the whole time, honestly. no conifer. Yeah, I don't know how you're gonna get map in this. Hopefully we find it. I'm surprised it wasn't at the town, honestly. This pogo is gonna take some getting used to. I feel like that's the biggest, like that is such a big difference. Like people who are so used to pogoing, the new pogo is really gonna mess people up, I think. Not this time. I leave like a cocoon. Silksong way bigger than Hollow Knight. It probably is, yeah. Oops. Oh. Oh, hello. Aha! A native of these fiery lowlands approaches. Have no fear, my friend. We fleas are but humble travelers. Well met, sir. Though like you, I am not of these lands. I am merely journeying through. Oh, a kindred spirit. It's good luck for wanderers to meet on an unfamiliar path. And now that we have met, know that I am Flea Master Mushka, leader of this caravan. Our own journey has barely begun, but you are most welcome to tarry here a while, stranger. Where ways are dark and winding, good bugs must stay close together. Stranger, will you hear my worry? The time has come for us fleas to find each other and travel together, as has happened through generations before. The many fleas of this kingdom should be flocking to your caravan, but times have become dangerous. You feel it too, yes? Our poor cousins out there in hiding. Could you help us find these poor lost fleas? Oh, I wonder if the fleas are like the grubs. We dare not continue our journey until some of these poor dears have found their way here to us. Oh, it's like a quest. Wish promised. Okay, I'll do it. Ah, do I understand you rightly, stranger? You will help gather the lonely fleas to our caravan, truly? I'm traveling these lands for my own reasons, Flea Master. However, if I happen upon any fleas on my travels, I will aid them as best as I can. Oh, could I ask for nothing more? They must all be hiding or stuck in dangerous places, but if you rouse them, they are sure to find their way here to us. May the kingdom bless your travels and keep you safe, stranger. You are welcome to rest here with us whenever the roads bring you back. Oh, you'll find the little deers in all sorts of strange places, for they love to peek and pry and play. But if you rouse them, they are sure to... Okay, yeah. Dodeshna, I'm saying, welcome to our caravan, stranger. You're a very funny, very strange flea, isn't it? No fur at all, and your wings fall off. Ha ha ha. It is a jest, of course. Us fleas famous for giving jokes. My fellows give much worry for the other fleas, but I'm not give at all. They will find their way to us, and if not, who keep count of them anyway? This guy's a little slow, I think. Dodeshna, stranger, you are looking a little tired, is it? Unhealthy? You can rest with us here, if wish. It's nice and dark, and warmth from below brings good health. Still, you should make care not to stay much long. You are not flea after all. Yeah, I guess this isn't their native language. The beasts here are much frightful. Scary? But if give them space, they leave alone. You respect beast, beast respect you. Sorry. He doesn't like when I do that. Okay, can I equip this? Ah. Oh, what the heck? We have so many, like, slots. Alright. Let's try to be on the lookout for fleas, I guess. Interesting, sometimes the world is like shaking. No, we don't have any dash. Okay. So this just loops back. Yeah. So that's the way. I see. I wonder if there was another path up there. Well, whatever. Let's just keep going this way. I mean, I don't know. It's... We can't, like, we need a map before we can really fully... Okay, well, I guess I'm not going this way. I don't know, maybe I should just go back to the green area. Yeah, I'm playing on Steam. I went up this way before, didn't I? Man, having a map is really so convenient. It's kind of crazy. Thank you for the sub, whale stuff. Progressive published this game? No. No. When I pogoed that fly, I might have skipped something. Yeah, for sure. For sure. That's why I want to go back down. Alright. Well, that's back to the start. The starting area is so pretty, man. Okay, this just goes back down. We don't want to go. We don't want to do that again. This is where we did the skip. Skip the boss, I definitely might have. Oh, those enemies are kind of tricky. Oops. This is the hole that I fell down. I was up. some sort of path here, I think. And this was just a dead end. Okay. Hmm. Maybe you have to go up here. Because this is where you missed the old pogo of the night. Honestly, though, I respect their decision to, like, switch it up, though, because... Oh, this is where I fought the boss, isn't it? Or no, we oh yeah, we came in here before. Okay, maybe we didn't actually skip it. Why not hit... I mean, I've been hitting a lot of walls, but the thing is... The walls look different if they are breakable. I've found a few secret walls already. Yeah, this is where we fought the boss. Maybe... I don't know. Maybe there is another path, but I don't... We can't go to the left. Where do I go? Well, the thing is, I don't know where to go, because... I mean, there must be another pathway back at the other area that I missed. Going down there just makes me fall back to the beginning. We can buy something with the rosary now, at least. Buy the craft metal. And in here wasn't this like another door? Oh no, but there's like a bell missing, it looks like. Or maybe two things missing. There's so many secrets in this game, it's crazy. Like, I'm gonna miss so much stuff. Okay, well, I'm guessing there's a path I missed this way. Just foreground stuff. You might be right. But either way, there's probably a puzzle there. Where I open the gate. Alright, I'm gonna go up this way just to... Oh, you can jump out of the climb. I didn't even realize. That's cool. Like, there's that path up there. Yeah, this. Sorry, I know I'm just like going back through the areas I've already been, but I just... Yeah, and then this just leads back. Okay, yeah, okay, there's gotta be something I missed. Can you heal the same? So the way healing in this game works is you need your silk bar to be full, and then it heals you for 4 health when you do it. But it uses all of your silk. So like, the best time to heal in this game is when you're on low HP. Like, that's the most efficient use of healing. Wait, but there's nothing here either. Dude, what? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just... I've been in this room like 3 times now, but... Hidden wall? I don't... Oh yeah, no, that was a secret wall that I broke. Okay, well, I think we just have to keep going right. So there's nothing up there. Maybe we do have to figure out this puzzle. Maybe there's another path here. Oh, the bug splashing in the lava is so nice. You know, I think they reduced the amount of time that you get. Like, when you get hit, you can get hit again faster in this game compared to Hollow Knight. Like, I don't think you get iframes for as long. That guy comboed me out, like, super hard. What is it that we missed here? There's gotta be something. I mean, we're going back up here. I don't feel like I missed anything here. Does this feel any different to the first? I mean, yes and no. Maybe there's a secret wall in here? Secret ceiling? This is where I got the shard. Well, I didn't see that before, so that's something. Oh, I don't think I went this way, chat. I think we found it. Come on, dude. Alright, I'm going up. I'm going up! Oh, we're here. Okay, nice, nice. Shanka, edges sharp and senses keen. In my land, that is the way warriors greet each other, for though you are a child barely hatched, you are also a warrior. Your stance, your weapon, your movements all proclaim it so. You have keen sight for my skill, Bug, but my childhood is long since past. What has happened here? I see signs of battle all around. These strange, shuffling pilgrims. In the camp below, they were docile enough, but up here they seem to have lost their senses. They cry out to the darkness and attack their fellow travelers. Yakanesh, keep your weapon drawn and your bearings true. The way ahead is winding, and to lose one's way invites only death. I am a navigator amongst my tribe and have been making maps of these lands. I could trade them with you and supplies if you wish. Yes. Oh, I don't have enough money. Shit. In these lands, names are given freely, are they not? I am Chakra, wielding rings. If our hunts intertwine again, I will have new maps to trade. Till then, farewell, child. Child wielding needle. Wait, don't leave.
Cadestre.
Were you calling for, Chakra? Your voice echoes through the caverns. I came deeper into Farlooms in search of my mentor, the greatest of my tribe. I could not keep pace, though, and her trail grew cold. She will have traveled much farther by now, but if I keep moving and stay vigilant, I will reunite with her. Give me both of your maps. Yes. Yes. Yeah, but when I meet the blacksmith, I'm gonna have the upgrade material now. Oh. Compass. We definitely want to get the compass. And the quill. Man, we need more. I need more I need more rosaries. There's a bench here. Maybe from up above. Oh. These guys are dropping rosary beads, though. Go the map, yeah, but without the quill, it looks kind of scuffed. We really need to get the quill. Oh, that actually works. Cool. Go left shift there for the lever. Yeah, I know. I was just looking around. $13 rosaries. Wow, these guys drop a lot. Wait, I wonder if I leave the room and come back, do these enemies respawn? Some enemies do actually come back between when you refresh the screen in Hollow Knight. It kind of depends, though. Ooh. Oh. Maybe going down for one bead is a little overkill. Can buy the quill now. Yeah, but I can't buy the other stuff. Whoa. Weaver of Farland, by grace you warded, by thread you healed, for your favor eternal we offer our song. Can't go through it, but it restores your silk. My character, the boss from the first game, yes. chat. This game is so beautiful. What is that? Daughter of a distant land, we who have remained have waited long. Bind our strength to yours, reclaim the future of our haunted kingdom. I wonder, are we gonna get like an ability from this? The Silk skill, Silk Spear. Attack by throwing the needle forward, silk will be expended. Cool. Damn. Oh, and we can go through this now. Oh, and there's a rosary string. Nice. Okay, cool, dude. Heck yeah. Oh, that's awkward. I wonder if this takes me back down to... Oh, hello. We found the alchemist. Who is it? An intruder? Terrible. To interrupt a humble druid as they work. I meant no intrusion, druid. The sound of your laughter drew me to investigate. The settlement is built around an old structure of the weavers. Do you know of them? Do they inhabit this land still? What settlement? What weavers? You speak nonsense. You're here in here, so why did you send you? Did you hear my wish? Granter of wishes? You? Granter of wishes? Wishes, yes, my wish. I need fruits of the world. 3 little darlings. I need them, so I wish. Does the kingdom not send you, little you, to grant my desire? I'll get you your berries. Wait, I think I've seen those berries, no? Promise then, a binding stronger than sin. Bring me the 3 moss berries, precious fruit. Grant my wish, and then work begins. Oh. Who are you, little you? Not a wish granter, for you haven't enough fruits. The 3 we need, 3 I need. Find them, find them. Okay. Yeah, I saw them at the beginning. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, what's that? Oh, we got... Oh! Look at that! We got one of the fruits. Wait, we have 2. We only need 1 more. And we saw it. We know where it is. Yeah, we found the map guy. I think we're about to go back to him right now. Unless he moved, which he might have. Fucking puking guy. It was up here, right? Wait. No. Not up here. This is where I just was. I don't know if I can get... I know I'm not good. I hate to have to see him navigate IRL. Alright, dude. Oh, look at that, chat. Yo, I'm doing the perfect routing. I will soon leave these crumbling roads, but if you stop by the settlement below, we may meet again. Pass there often to trade with the pilgrims. Alright, give me your quill. Use the skill on an enemy. You know, that might be a good idea. And we'll buy the compass. I'm gonna buy the marker as well. I will try to use this. Yeah, I have beads I can pop. Only one, though. Oh, is the compass not something you have to equip in this game? Oh, no, it is. Okay, so you only... Oh, it's a dedicated slot, though. Like, it's a yellow charm. Interesting. So you have 5 charm slots, or maybe 6? If the red one is a charm slot, or it might be a skill, though. I don't know. I would rather have the compass, I reckon. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's so good. Okay. Oh, we're in business, baby. Can you overcharm? I don't think so. Yeah, I think like you only get one yellow charm. Hey, Schneid. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you guys for all the subs, everybody. Sorry, there's been like a ton of new subs, and I don't want to just be constantly reading out subs the whole stream. Not the sound. I just want to enjoy the game. So, thank you. Oh, we could do a skip here. Unless... Wait, no, isn't that where I came from? That skill does move you a little bit when you're in the air. Oh! That's okay. We're right here. Dying to basic enemies. You're scary, man. What is that effect that I'm seeing on the enemies? Okay, well there... Why isn't that part... If that's where I came from, why is it not mapped? Is it... I guess because it's a different zone? Alright, well let's go explore the Marrow area, I guess. We can come back here later. I mean, or, well, you know what? I'm not in any rush. Let's go look over here. Oh, that move is sick, dude. Oh yeah, no, I didn't go left because I just dropped straight down. Elevator. Oh shit! This goes down to Bone Bottom. I think. Wait, where am I? Yeah. Go! Oh, wait, come back. Wait, how do I... Does it have to be... Oh, it okay, I was like, does it come back down?
Benny Frank.
This camp seems in poor condition, good bug. With the lands turning deadly, I'd worry for its safety. Aye, we surely aren't seeing its finest moment, but this place has been serving us passing bugs for as long as any can remember. It's faith, you see, all those pilgrims now and past. Our devotion holds it together. The camp will remain and provide no matter the troubles. Oh, see, yeah, this is also a yellow charm. So you actually can't have... You can't have a compass and the magnetite brooch at the same time. Unless you can get... Well, maybe you can, like, later somehow. Maybe you could get, like, more charm slots. Like another yellow one. That's probably what you... Yeah, you probably get more. Maybe.
Mochanga.
Alright, hold on, chat. I'm gonna go get some more water real quick. God, this game is beautiful. We've just barely scratched the surface. Oh, I'll be right back, chat. All right, I'm back. I got a Coke. I lied. Okay, there's something over here. No!
No.
Dang it. Try tracking quests? Yeah, there's 5 fleas. We should go get that other bear. Wait, Can we get that berry? It was somewhere in... I think it was to the right here. Yes! Gaming. Do you play Hollow Knight first or Silksong? I mean, honestly, if you really want to play Silksong, you can. I would say you should still probably play Hollow Knight first, but you could play Silksong, I think. And I don't think, like, you don't need to play Hollow Knight first. Yeah, I can't believe Steam is still fucked up. I honestly thought Steam would be okay, but I wonder how many, like, how many concurrent players does the game have on Steam right now? And that's just like a portion of the people who are able to actually buy the game. 100K. Yeah, so many people can't even get it. Okay, there's another path over here. Oh, wait a sec. Oh, this seems like a boss fight. Oh shit. This is not good. 2 damage! Oh god. Grotto. Yeah, taking 2 damage off of early enemies is actually crazy. Like, because in Hollow Knight, there's barely any enemies that do 2 damage. I think you actually have to do this skip here, though, to get... Get over here. I don't know if you're meant to get over here. I think this is like a little skip that you could do, but... Okay. Oh, interesting. Oh, that was way too... Jesus, this guy's terrifying. Oh, no. Yeah, maybe... I mean, you can hit him, though, so I have a feeling you can kill him, but... We could probably skip him. Yeah, it's not a boss. It's like an enemy, but maybe it drops something, though. I don't have any... Yeah, that's kind of rough. I don't know how tanky this guy is, but... I think you're probably supposed to run as well, but you can hit it. I mean, you can hit him. Like, he can definitely be killed. I need to remember that you can jump out of the climb animation, which is like a really nice little touch. Surely we can kill him, right? Odd friends skip 3 hours. He's gotta be close. Come on. No. Oh, I thought I died. Beast shard. Oh, 140 shell shards. Yo, look at that, chat. I told you. I did get the berry. We need to go give it to the guy still, though. The druid. Oh, a simple key door. Okay, wait. We're gonna mark this, chat. How'd you get the berry down from the tree? I did a pogo. Ooh, a mass shard, yo. People are salty because they have to wait an hour or two. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's... I guess I'm sitting here actually playing the game, so I'm... You know... I'd probably be annoyed too if I couldn't play right now, but... Well... I got lucky. I was spamming refresh, and I just speed ran that checkout, you know? Yeah, I think you're supposed to actually... I'm pretty sure we definitely did like a skip here, because... Yeah, otherwise you just fall... You just fall all the way down. Alright. It was an intentional skip? Yeah, I mean, that's definitely like dev intended, but... I mean, you need to make use of pogos to do it, but 100% that's like intended by the devs. By key? It's 500. I don't have 500 rosaries. Where was the druid exactly? I should have marked him on the map, actually. Oh, I think I see where he is. Also, there's another path here we can check now. No, I can't afford the key. It's 500 rosaries. I only have like 100. I didn't have the markers. I thought I did have the markers. I thought I had the markers when I found the druid. Maybe not, though. Friend? Oh! What's that? I bought Silksong in 5 seconds. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like I might have been one of the first people to boot it up on Twitch. I probably was. We speed ran that. This is for Man, I can't wait to see what other types of like movement abilities we get in this. Because we don't really have any movement right now. Like, we've got the spear. Spear throw. The nail throw, whatever you want to call it. Alright, let's go give him his fruits. Oh yeah, now the map's updated. Alright, look at that, dude. We've explored well.
Buenera.
As promised, Druid, I have your berries. What is your need for such common fruits? Common? No. Special. Cherished. Only a Druid knows it. The berry's bright for my wish so dear. And here you go. This is them, the precious promised fruits. Drop them in, there they go, and now at last we can begin. Ah! Excuse me. The smell is right, like the others, but very young. Oh, voice of the woods. Oh, dance of the queen. Oh, beat harder, let us hear it. The pain, my mind aches. Why? The berries, the nasty fruits, oh, the visions. You wish promiser, wish granter, you brought me what I needed and stayed by my side. Companion through my ordeal, I could ask for nothing more. Berry picking wish granted, okay. And for the parting, a gift, an amulet of we druids, or me druid? No, others, I think. May it ease your sorrows, wish granter. May it cry for you when no tears are left. Druid's Eye. As the bearer takes damage, the amulet weeps a green elixir that will form into silk. Oh, it's Grubsong, kind of. The moss berries, do you still hunt them, little you? My wish was granted, but clear now that more are needed. More! Bring more moss berries here. Yes, we will trade. Precious rosaries for fresh berries. Oh, okay. So if I find more berries, I can get rosaries. That's nice. Uses a different charm slot. Oh, yeah, it's blue. You're right. Let me equip it. All right. Time to go explore the Marrow. Is there no shade mechanic? Well, it's not a shade. You leave behind like a cocoon or like a web. All you fat unemployed. What the? Oh, is this my mount? Oh, wait, maybe not. Dude, 2 damage? Oh, I'm dead. Oh, never mind. I want to try to punish that attack. That attack does not have much of a punish window, though. Oh, we're back here. Dude, the fact that bosses do 2 damage in this game is, that's like such a... Like, the fact that all, like, these early bosses are doing 2 damage is kind of crazy. They've definitely, like, amped up the difficulty, I feel like. you have more mobility and better healing. That's true, but you need to get a full bar before you can heal, which can take a while. You can get a pretty big punish when he does that. I think these... Can't really spam it that fast. Okay, you could definitely get a hit on that. At least one. Defeated the Bellbeast. Weaver. Or nature. Wild spider. We feel. Oh. Come, child, witness our waking. Consumed a silk heart. Regain the power to regenerate silk within one's shell. I'm dead. Oh, never mind. Oh, we tamed him. Yo. Good boy. Oh, interesting. We can travel back to Bone Bottom. Wait, you know what? Let's travel back and see where that takes us. Turn down sound effects in game and music up. I mean, I could rebalance the audio if you want, if you guys want me to. Oh, we're here.
Oh boy. Dad.
Beast, horrible beast.
Dad.
It's okay. That's just my pet.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
What is its name? I don't know if it has a name. It's called Beast. Man, we've explored such a... I can't wait to see the map. Like, this map has got to be insane when it's fully discovered. Apparently this game has like 50 plus different soundtracks. Crazy. Hey, Yourcell, thank you for the sub. Reviewers didn't get early copies? Nope. Everybody gets the game at the same frickin' time. Based Team Cherry. Oh, this is a shortcut. Oh, nice, we're here. Same time. Okay, well, yes, I mean, that was the intention anyways. I know some people are having issues actually getting the game right now, but... You could buy it on Humble and redeem it on Steam. Oh yeah, that's smart. Okay, I don't know if I want to... I kind of want to explore to the right before I go up. Because up is where I'm supposed to go for the... Humble has no keys left. Oh really, they sold out. That's crazy. Surprised. Surprised that didn't go, actually. What did the ability you got mean? I actually don't know. Silk Hearts will automatically regenerate some silk. Maybe... It always brings you back to a minimum amount. Oh, okay. Is there a secret wall here? Oh, shit! What is that? Craft metal? Nice. Wait, are we at cap? Is there like a cap on how much shards we can hold? Because it was 400, but it's yellow. So... Yeah, we are at cap. And I can't wait to see what kind of movement abilities you get in this game. I don't know if I want to go this way or not. It's probably better to go to the side before we go down. Oh, is this the oh. Oh, shoot. Maybe not. Oh, good God. Well. Ouch. Maybe we should find a bench that's closer. There's probably one. Also, thank you again, guys, for all the subs. I need to, if I gift a sub to my own channel, will that give me the badge, I wonder? I feel like... No, I think I can make... Just want to make sure I'm going to be able to get back up. What is this? Yo, Vinrada, thank you for the 5 gifted. I feel like there's an NPC here or something. Maybe later? Oh, wait, we can go up. Oh, wait, you're friendly. Hoi, hoi, you there, get us out of here. Since when's a little light thievery worth of lifelong sentence? Hurry it up, let us out quickly then. We got places to go, bugs to see, trinkets to pilfer. I don't know if I want to let you out. Wait, is this a prison? I don't think I can help them right now. There's no like... Oh wait, no, I can just... Can't break through that. Oh, free at last. Locked up in here much too long we was. Nasty place to keep a poor little snitch bug like Grindle. I don't trust this guy. Boy, you're smelling fancy. You got some pockets under your cloak? Hiding away some goodies for us to pilfer? Beware your greed, thief. You'd be dead before your claw reached my cloak. Oh, ho, ho. Never mind then, bully. Plenty of tasties lying around for us down here. We smells them. Locking us up in a place like this, what a shameful act. Well, I can't kill him. Straight pin. Oh, it's got a red icon. Is there a secret wall back here, maybe? Oh, it uses your shards to refill it. Interesting. Okay, we should probably go try to fight the boss again. Though this guy does seem kind of dangerous, but at least we have a bench, like, right below now. Yeah, okay, so his moveset is fairly simple, but he does do a lot of damage. We can pogo over him when he does the melee hit, but we need to go under when he jumps. He's probably gonna... Is he always open with the jump? Oh, wow. You have to go under, but I don't have... Like, the problem is I don't have a dash or, like, a movement ability. I do feel like you're kind of meant to fight this guy with some kind of, like, ability, but... Yeah, I could try to use the throwing knives. That's not really the issue, though. It's like, dodging him. I feel like I'm not fast enough. Yeah, I don't know if it's a boss, but whatever it is, it's strong. Like, he barely jumps. Maybe it's because I was, like, too close to the wall. Oh, shit. Woo! Okay, he's not that tanky. He does do a lot of damage, though. Hey, Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub. I guess I probably should have tried to use the shuriken as well. Wait, I'm at 1 health. Oh my god. Didn't realize I was so low. You can kind of just go like straight up. The flea. I'll save you, buddy. Ow. I'm kind of bad at this. It's like the thing is, chat, you have to be diagonal. It's so like it feels fine. It's just I'm just not used to it. There we go. That's not what I meant to do. Okay. Oh, I don't like this. See you later, dude. Oh, necklace. Oh, he can throw stuff. Whoa! Holy sh... I'm so far, dude, this looks like a boss fight. No. Okay, she's helping. Thank you. Chakra. That was a battle well fought, child-wielding needle. Your master would be proud of you. One who trained me long ago, I never called her master. Whether she would be proud of what has become of me, I cannot say.
Yes.
New Hakata. Whether she is dead or alive, have faith. Nothing a pupil does escapes their master's sight. Oh, another map? Don't mind if I do. Bench pins. That's probably nice. I don't know. I want to buy the simple key, but I also want... I'm gonna get the pin. We'll hold off on the hunt marker for now. Read by summons. Yeah. The Hunter's March. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, the new pogo is definitely gonna take people getting, like, a lot of getting used to. I think veterans of Hollow Knight are gonna find the pogo, like, the most hard to get used to. I mean, you always want to be diagonal. I feel like you might be able to do a skip with like your nail attack. Whatever. I thought I'd grab the ledge. I was gonna run into that frickin' ant, dude. Oh wait, there's an NPC. There's somebody here. Oh, it's this frickin' guy. Boy, you're still hanging around then. Quiet in here. Good for hiding out. You got the little clicky clackies on you then, eh? The rolly roundies? What's the shops like to swap for? Oh ho ho. Share some of your little clicky clackies with us. Help us fill our pockets. You do, we'll share a sneaky secret with you. Oh, greedy are you? Mean to poor little snitch bugs like us? Won't survive out there without our secrets. Oh no, no. I don't have anything. Oh, right. We can use the bead. You're right. Forgot about those. True. Also, I wonder when you quit out if that takes you back to the bench, like in Hollow Knight. Into Grindel's pockets they go, and for you a secret to remember us by. Beneath here and further on, the burly bellheads have a big, hot, gleaming hive, full of all sorts of tasty snitchables. Beneath here, but there's this big gate they got down in its belly, shut tight, locked up. If you could wriggle through, you'd get your claws on all kinds of goodies. Wriggle through. Oh ho ho, into Grindel's pockets they go, and for you a secret to remember us by. You know where all them dreary raggeties are camping, back near the old chapel? Well, beyond that chapel is a dirty great grave. Not much in there but husks, right? But, my sniffer tells me there's something worth the trouble buried down at the bottom. Okay, at the grave. There's lots of pickings round here, right? Well, it's all nothing compared to what they got hidden up above us. The great big Citadel, they calls it. A golden place groaning with goodies. Could never steal it all in 1,000 snitchbug lifetimes, they reckon. Oh yes, that's where old Grindel is heading. Don't you dare follow us, though. We want it all for ourselves. Oh, is it getting hotter down here, mustier? Grindel's been down here too long. Reckon it's time to climb back up soon, to where all the serious treasures is. Okay. Nice. Treasure? Well, I mean, I'm not gonna go... I want to go get my... I'm not gonna go explore anything else right now. I need to get my soul back. Right away. I keep forgetting I can jump out of the grab. Alright, I need to stop pasting. Oh! That was almost really bad. We almost lost it all. You can pogo off of your cocoon. And I wonder if the cocoon actually spawns wherever you died. Because if it does, that means that... Well, I don't know. People might be able to do, like... You might be able to do, like, cocoon skips. Like the shade. Dude, come on. Oh. Well, it's nice that it spawned me up here at least. It's so close. Whatever. There's gotta be a bench. Wait, is this? I need to use the shuriken too. Clutch dodge. Dude, I need a frickin' bench, man! Yeah, you can bounce off it multiple times, I'm pretty sure. No, I don't have any movement abilities yet. Little farm strat here. And I'm so bad at this, like, this new pogo. I'm pretty sure I can make that, right? You can fly there? Yeah, but you can also not fly. There's something over here. It's like a statue. Oh, hello. Goodness, this is just too embarrassing. Detected even through my perfect cover. What tell? What error? Surely something gave me away.
That's fine.
It was no one thing, young bug. Your disguise is near faultless. I've merely spent a long life being watchful. Then I'll just have to hope the beasts about don't share such keen sight. It'll be so much harder to accomplish my work if I'm detected or eaten. These are dangerous fields, young one, not for casual wandering. What tasks sees you brave them? A treacherous quest, but a crucial one. Upon the last wish of my father, I've taken up the study of these wild caves. These fields still display life and growth, even as the lands around erode to dust. There's a hot harmony here that eludes the gray wastes above and the dry marrow beside. With time and study, I shall uncover why. See here, this old statue. I've been thinking long on it. What clues it might hold? The clawwork seems beyond the other structures throughout these caves. Who was she, I wonder, to deserve such refined remembrance? Hers is the form of a dancer, and the craft is indeed exquisite. There must once have been more to these ants before the hauntings snared their shells and minds. Conversing is a pleasure, but I must return to my observance. Try not to leave too much of a trail when you leave, please. Okay, well, there's definitely something here. Well, maybe not, but it feels like there's something there anyways. I'm so bad. Ooh. Never mind. It's like halfway up the wall. We don't need any shards. Okay, well we can't get up there. Can't pogo directly down. I mean, if you're directly on top of the target, you can basically do it down, but if you're far away, you need to, like, do it at an angle. Oh. Oh, no. What the f... That's fucking cruel. Does it always do that? I'm scared now. I don't think you actually can use this. Because when you sit down, the weight goes, so... Aha. Okay. I was gonna say, there's gotta be a way to actually use this. Nice. There's light coming out by the bench. I wonder if you can go up. Hey, Frequency, thank you for the 6 months. Dude, that bench, I can't wait to see people die to that. Okay. Right, so we can't get, yeah, we can't get up there. That's fine. Like that wall was breakable, but I guess not. Oh, this is where I came in. I'm gonna go to the left first, I think. Hey, Maisha, thank you for the gifted sub. Oh, this is the... Wait a sec. I feel like I've been here. Maybe it just looks the same. Oh, shit. Wait, did the other guy ditch? Oh, you can deflect. You can deflect with the shuriken. Kinda cool. Let's Compass innate now? No, it's still a charm that you equip. There's so many different ways to go. I can't get back up here if I jump down. Might go down the other path. That's a little awkward. Oh man, you know, I bet... should we try to get a bug to follow us in there and pogo? Dang it. Come on. This, I think you could definitely do this. Nice. No! They're both spamming range attacks. It's kind of brutal. Dude. Wait, no. We went left and down. Gotta skip again? Yeah, it's okay. I don't think it's that hard. Dang it. Woo. Nice. The shuriken's pretty good, actually. Wait, is that it? No way. No way. I don't believe it. Yeah, there's probably an NPC here somewhere. Quest NPCs murdered brutally. Can you imagine? That would be unfortunate. Yeah, I probably should have went to the bench. What if it's another fake bench? I don't think this one is fake. Okay. Well, there's a gate that I can't get through. Yeah, thank you for all the subs, guys. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, I'm surprised there's no music in this area. I do wonder if the bug. I also like look at the jump. The jump out of the mantle is like really good. Okay, well, I don't think I can go. Go left? Wait, do you mean at the bottom or do you mean up here? Area is so quiet. Yeah, I can't get back up there. Oh, it's another one of these things. Daughter of a distant land, we who remained have waited long. Bind our strength to yours, reclaim the future of our haunted kingdom. Swift step. Sprint at blinding speed beyond one's natural limits. Chase down prey and leap great distances. Oh, shit. Good thing we came down here. Ooh! Damn, girl! Oh, yeah. I'm so fast. You have a bug for music not playing? I could reload. I think you're right. Yeah, I think music should be playing. Is this a bench? Oh, do I want to grab a bench here? Because I'm going to have to go all... I don't know. I might have to go all the way back around. But I guess we have the sprint now, so it's fine. Alright, let me restart. Let me quit out and reload. Two hours, 11 minutes, deep docks. How's the game so far? It's really good. Yeah, because now we have music playing. Oh, you can do like a sprinting attack. Oh geez, that hurts. So you can dash. You can do it midair. It's like a dash, but also a sprint. And if you... then you keep the sprint when you land. But it also, like... Okay. So you can jump, but then you can dash again. Yo, what's up, Regal? There's like a pathway higher, but I don't think I can go there. Oh, wait, maybe I can. Come on. Unless... Okay, and now we're back here. You heal 3 health. Ah. Maybe there's something on this. Oh, you... Oh, I see. I'm not gonna lie. I wonder if there's like something in the ceiling here. Forgiving with the heals. I mean, kind of. It takes more hits to get a heal, and I'm pretty sure the heal takes a little bit longer than in like Hollow Knight. Oh man, the sprint is kind of tricky to use though. You can like counter jump the other direction while you're sprinting though. Okay, so we get a mat. There's a... being able to sprint is sick. Oh, it's the map guy. Hello. Wild-wielding needle, what do you make of this huge groaning structure? The scale of it all impresses me. If this is merely an outpost of the Citadel above, then their capital must be grand beyond measure. Yokala, perhaps so. They must have prized indeed the work done here, to build something so vast in such a dangerous place. The map. Vendor pins. Yeah, we'll get that. Ring marker. No! Wait, do I have a necklace? No, I don't. Dang it. Oh, this is a stag station. Or, well, whatever it's called now. Oh my gosh, this place is frickin' big. Should have enough now. You heal midair. Oh, really? Oh, wait. This is...
Ada!
Hey, buddy. Sorry. That's how I pet him, chat. The sprint? Yeah, I gave the 3 green balls to the NPC. Should go up. Well, I'm dead. God dang it, dude. We need to find the bench over here. Oh, right. Wait, we found it. Alright, let's go back up for it. I rested a different one. Yeah, I think people are starting to be able to buy the game now. interesting. Enemies don't die instantly with the fire. $100K to 250K. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm glad people are finally able to start buying it now. Was this a shortcut? Nice. Oh man, this game is so sick so far, dude. Oh, interestingly, that part's not marked on the map. Is this even a shortcut that I want? I feel like the other bench is still in a better spot. That bench is kind of far away. That's a one-way. No, I just have the game capped at 144. Oh, it's her. How sad, a little spider has fallen from its cage, so lost, so weak, poor little morsel. Can save you, little spider, all the trouble you'd face above, all the suffering, it's so simple. I'll just skewer you here and now, pluck that flickering life right out of you. Your threats are worthless, child. If you're my foe, stay your voice and raise your blade. Delicious, I like you already. No. Try my best, chat. Dang it. I don't know. Maybe you can. All right, I'm gonna go down because it says bench. Yeah. Okay. You can go back. It seems. Oh, okay. There's a lever on this side. I thought it might be a one-way, but I think there's. Guard bundle. there a bench around here, maybe? The 7th bell toll, send 30 measures, 4 beats smoke rock, 8 beats sweet melt, mark of fealty, all workers. The 9th bell toll, send 20 measures, 2 beats smoke rock, 7 beats sweet smelt, mark of fealty, all workers. Maybe that's like a puzzle or something? Oh, that looks like a boss. Wait, we don't want to go in there. Where the heck is the bench? Wait, maybe the bench is there. Oh, it's right there. Oh, whatever. I don't think I have many rosaries to lose. This might just be a combat room anyways. Damn. Alright, bench acquired. Oh, it's the blacksmith! Oh, small pointy bug. Why do you bother us at our work? Oh, the forged daughter. Sound of your craft called me to investigate. What is your duty here? Are you a smith of some kind? A smith? Hardly so crude. We are forged daughter. How can a pointy bug not tell? Ours is the ancient line and the honored role. These docks and lands around are fortunate to have our skills. You are as talented as you suggest. Would you lend me your aid? I've lacked for my usual tools, and I suspect you could craft fine replacements. Blades and traps, no doubt. We know your type. Of sorts, but maybe strange to this land? Some would likely prove fine challenge for your craft. Then we'll construct them, but you'll provide the materials and compensation for our time. Sting Shard, a vicious stabbing trap. Magma Bell. This trinket is our own invention. It wards against the deadly lava and heat around the docks. Oh yeah, we saw these items in the trailer. The workers used to request them of us, now they've lost the mind to care. Crafting by claw alone produces inferior results. With this kit you can craft finer, sharper, and deadlier tools if that is your wish. And you can get a shard bundle. Farewell then, if you require our craft, this forge is always hot. If you need something, talk to the boss. I'm busy. How am I doing today? I am doing fantastic. We are playing Silksong, and it is freaking awesome. I do kind of want to get some lunch, though. I'm kind of hungry. Oh, I staggered her. Seems like just stepping back is good again. She fell in the lava. No! Not the Ricard's rapier, dude. Using the sprint during combat, like, it's so fast. Like, look at that shit, dude. Crazy. There's a spawn timer. What cracked speedrun tech people come up with? Yeah, the speedrun for this game is definitely going to be crazy. Wait, what is that egg icon? Is that the vendor icon? Oh yeah, it is. That's the blacksmith, right? Okay, so there's more at Deep Docks. I don't know if we should go. Let's go down and explore what. If we can go down there, I'm not sure. That hurts, dude. Not think that would hit me. No, it like bounced perfectly on me. Wait, I don't know if I should probably grab the bench down here. Ooh, nice. Look, I can go down here. Or maybe this is a shortcut that will open up. Another door. Dude, there's so many, like, locked doors we've ran across. What did that do? Maybe it moved a different one. Oh, nice. Hello, Jurjon. Oh, we got more silk limit, I think. Acquired 2 spool fragments. These enemies are kind of dangerous, actually. Scary. Well, was it a... Was I able to go more to the right here?
So many.
Oh, is this a heavy door chained with a simple padlock? Okay, let's mark this. So this door right there, and there's 2 simple key doors that we have marked on the map. And then the one to the left of us is the lore. And then the other ones are like NPCs, I think. I can't remember what the other 3 pins are exactly. I know 2 of those are the locked doors. All right. Let us progress. Far field. This place is pretty. Yeah, I think tonight the game will have the most players, because yeah, people will be off like work and stuff. If I had to guess. I mean, I guess a lot of people might have taken work off for the game, but... Okay, well, we can't go up there. I gotta say, I really don't use the shurikens as much as I probably should. They're pretty good, I think. I think they do like the same damage as the nail. I guess the only thing is you don't... You don't get a silk when you use the shurikens. Ooh. Hello. Oh no. Found another flea. Ow. I guess we're going up. What's the currency I have 400 of? It's what I use. Oh. It's used for the shurikens. Oh yeah, somebody was saying you can heal mid-air now. That's kind of interesting. I'll have to try that. Just where I was before, right? Pilgrim, you who have held tight to faith have been carried far. The station shall offer brief rest to those devout. Oh, hello. Oh, sister, my aching shell's close to breaking. My voice weakens. I can hardly sing a word. I fear the path ahead will be no easier for you, ma'am. You cannot abandon your pilgrimage. You should at least rest well before continuing. But impurities stalk our every step, sister. If we rest too long, they shall catch us. So it is sung. Oh, I'm so tired, but to tarry long would be sacrilege. Ooh. Oh, are we getting a house chat? Little rest house? Pilgrim's Rest. Yo, we found the inn. Come to rest your weary body. The climb is agonizing, and even the devout must mind their limits.
That's fine.
I'm impressed to find any without firm claw upon a weapon that could ascend so far. Indeed, we're lucky to have made it here, luckier than many others, or perhaps the difference between the lucky and unlucky is merely fate. Now, while we rest, shall we make trade? If you have rosaries, I'll take them gladly. Weighted belt, a holy burden to help maintain your poise, whether striking or others or being struck yourself, you'll remain firmly in place. What's heavy body? That tool pouch, that pouch of yours, with the scraps left here and a little work, I could add some more pockets for you, let you carry more tools and shards while on the road. That might be nice, honestly. Memories only weigh us down, but some pilgrims still cling to them with unseemly devotion. This memory isn't yours, but perhaps you could find some use for it. Yes, that's better. Sharing your devotion with me will surely bring you luck. Oh, I'm sorry. Does that come back? Oh. Damn, the scam shop. 30 every time? Yeesh. That's kind of scary. There's something here, but I need double jump for it. Or grapple, I guess. Maybe if we go down here, we'll get the ability that lets us fly. Is this where? Oh yeah, this is where we came from. And that's where the bench was. Did we even rest at the bench? Well, I don't want to waste 30 more, but I don't even think we rested, dude. Oh, did we? Okay, well. Well, I guess you don't. I guess you could quit out, so you could get sent back there if you really wanted. Going with the face tank strap. Classic. There's so many of these rooms where I'm wondering, like, there's got to be things to do in these rooms, but I just don't have the abilities. Can you heal midair? Yeah, hold on. I could try that, maybe if I... Shoot. Dang, dude, these guys are tanky. Yeesh. I was here before? Really? Oh, no way, dude. Okay, so you can heal midair. That's actually super fucking cool. Oh, wait. Yeah, this is where... This is where I found the secret. Right. Oh, the map guy. Nice. Wait, do I even have chakra? You look well at home in these wilds. Shanka. These scorched fields offer many paths and much combat. To leap from vantage upon the red shells or to meet them face front with rings ready. These are decisions to live for. I'm much surprised those soft pilgrims ever safely climbed this scorched and savage place. Okay, well, we got enough for the map. That's nice. I don't know, vodka. Maybe? Yo, Bob, thank you for the 89 months, buddy. Oh, I'm so glad we have the map now. Yeah, you take damage during the healing animation. I don't think it gives you iframes or anything like that. Warding bell. Holy bell inscribed with a hymn of protection shields the bearer as they bind their wounds. Oh, it's the shell from Hollow Knight. Wait, was that actually... Dang it. Have I been here? I don't think so, but... Dang it, dude. And this is a big like a big zone. Yeah, enemies are tanky and, well, they do a lot of frickin' damage too. How do I get out of here, though? I was greedy. Man, these enemies are so freaking dangerous. Like, they do 2 damage and they just completely zone you out. Holy moly. No, I don't want to go back down here. Oh right, this is locked though. Okay. There's a path down though? Am I seeing that right? Oh, it's behind the door though. Let's go back then. This is my second playthrough. No. Looks like we gotta go back up. Big door, sing a song. There's no song to sing, man. Come on, make me fly. Dude, wait, I can't get back up, though. Like... Oh wait, no, there's a path here though that I can take. Okay, wait, this is how I get into this. Okay, I think we're gonna get the flying ability in here. I'm pretty certain. Well, that's not good. Maybe there's a bench over here. I don't know. That guy's kind of scaring me. Creeping me out. Is it worth the wait? No, the game's terrible. I'm very much enjoying it. Pogoing in this game is definitely a lot harder to do, though, I will say. Which is probably for the best, considering pogoing is like so strong a lot of the time. This is like one of those metal walls that you can... Where am I on the map? Oh, I'm not showing up on the map. Weird. Oh yeah, okay, I can see myself here. Grapple those rings. I mean, you could if, you know, I had the grapple, but I don't, so I can't. Maybe I could kill this guy with that firebomb. That would have been nice. Oh, this opens up like a... opens up the bridge that was on. Okay. I mean, we are getting max percentage, whatever that is. Oh no, another locked, dude, we ran into so many locked doors. That's not There was nothing up here. That was just the... No, we probably need to interact with... Oh, we can go inside. Hello. Is this the Seamstress? Oh, we can rest here. Nice. Oh, and we have the map discovered. Looks like there's an area we missed, but...
Madon.
Well, aren't you a sight? No, don't tell me. You're as odd as they come. Your poise, your form. Are you hunted? Pursued? The Citadel would see a fine prize in you. It is as you say, madame. Veiled bugs brought me to your land. I seek them now for answers. Ha, fierce too. These are bleak times, but a powerful stray like you could certainly cause some change. Well then, I've no love for that holy caste, and I do worry for this kingdom's ailing state. If you're seeking to settle a score, perhaps I can lend some aid. If you're planning to ascend from these low fields, you'll be needing some lift, and I'm just the bug to help. Head for the caves beyond my home. The bugs within produce a marvelous spine, flexible yet strong. Collect their spines, return to me, and I'll soon have your old cloak transformed into something far more buoyant. Oh, okay, so we have to do this hunt. Well, maybe you don't, but if we want to get the... we want to be able to ride the airlifts. A smart choice. Get out there and gather those spines, and best you be quick about it. As nice as it is to have company, if you hang around too long, those Citadel bugs will turn their gaze on me as well.
Cadestre.
Of the spines for you shortly, madame. Good, good. The caves just beyond here are full of the creatures, floating carelessly in the warm air. I'm sure your big needle there can coax them into sharing their spines.
Buenera.
Madon.
Okay. Wait a sec. So, is that all? Man, I really goofed by not. Was she talking about? Oh, these guys, I think, right? How many do I need? I think it says in the journal 25. Okay, that's not too bad. Are there more over this way? Oh yeah. It, dude. A big bully. Why are we collecting the spine core? Because it gets us an upgrade. Or it's supposed to. Game won't start on Windows 95. No way. Oh, that's not good. No, God, dude, the pogo. That's okay. We're not far away. Fire does so much damage. This one. Alright, we're good. The sprint is nice, but it takes some getting used to. It really does. Well then, I can tell by the rattling from within your cloak your hunt was a success. If you'll kindly pass over the spines, I can get to work. Here you go. Perfect. There should be more than enough. Wait there just a moment and we'll soon have you soaring up and away from these lowlands. The Drifter's Cloak. Hold A in the air, flare the cloak to ride strong winds or glide gracefully. This is fine work, Seamstress. Your modifications will aid me greatly. You're quite welcome, dear. I've a rare opportunity to practice such intricate sewing, and a warrior sort like you will be able to properly appreciate my additions. Float away now, stray one, and do try not to die. I'd rather not have my hard work go to waste. I'll grant you my courtesy, stray one. I'll even offer aid where I'm able. Just don't be hanging around too long. May not be a fan of that Citadel, but I'm smart enough to avoid its ire. We could put on the bell. I don't really feel like we need it, though. Just a moment, dear, before you scurry off. I'm loath to spoil the surprise, but curiosity begs me to ask. Do you know why they pursue you? Those Citadel bugs? No certainty, but I have a strong suspicion. They hunt me for my nature, for the silk produced within my shell. Aha, truth no doubt. In Farloom, yours is a rare skill, prized beyond measure, to channel one's soul within a thread, soul and silk inseparably linked. It is a skill almost lost from Farloom. Those old weavers shared it, but they're long dead now. There's another alive in this kingdom that shares my nature, or some part of it. I've seen silk similar to my own. It snares the shells of those upon the roads. I've seen it wrap them, possess them whole. There's will within that thread, one that seems to come from somewhere above us, the Citadel. Good sharp sight you've got. That Citadel, all roads towards, and all answers waiting, and a long climb up there, my dear. Now it's time you get going. Your style and your silk sure are fine, but stay too long and you'll only be trouble for me. Alright. Woohoo! Oh. Oh wait, I think, okay, I see. Whee! Okay, well we don't have... We can't even get up here though. Unless I'm missing something, but... There was wind over here though. I thought maybe I could sneak over to the other one. I think I can, I just... a little slow. Oh, come on. I know I can glide. Oh. All right, going up. Oops. I thought I could dash again, but I already used it. Oh, right, it doesn't auto glide. I wonder if it's possible to hit that. Oh, yeah. Oh! Nice. Update the map. All right, nice. Looking good. All right, well, let's see if we can... We might be... I think we can go to that other path now. Oh, what the... Wait. Oh, shit. doing negative DPS to him. He's pretty tanky though. Iron King moment? Yeah, he is kind of like Iron King. I'm so confused. I guess he's here after on the way back. You need the flying stuff. Yeah, I guess since there's the spirit springs in the fight. Oh, this door is open now. Interesting. Time for the beastie boy.
Ada!
Hi, buddy. Man, we've just been going like sideways this whole time. All right, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick, chat. And then we shall continue. I'm gonna run some ads while I am in the restroom. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Yo, Athoros, thank you for the 35 months. Neen, thank you for the sub. I hope the Beastie Boy's been keeping you company. He's so cute. I want a plushie of this guy. All right. And we've been making really good progress. There is that room down there. Can I get there now? Wait, maybe there's something. Oh, this is right. Oh, well, we can go. Okay, so we can go. I'm gonna go look over this way first. I want to do some exploration. We should probably just go up, though. We still can't go up there. And the bench is behind a gate, I think. It looks like we fully explored Deep Docks, although there is stuff back there that we weren't able to get. Like the simple key doors. Was there an air vent back at the Marrow? Maybe we should just go up, honestly. And come back later. Because if we go up, I'm guessing that will give us, like, the more abilities we have, the better, because then we can explore more. This lady. Don't despair, pilgrim friend. Lift your sight and raise your voice. Have no fear, pilgrim true. Believing is a happy choice. Oi there, aren't these fields marvelous? And above us are the bountiful moors, where every pilgrim can fill their belly. These hot fields are a wonder indeed, but hunters prowl the long grass. Playing your instrument will only alert them to your presence. Well then, alert them I shall, for where many gather, great songs are sung. This poor traveler finds her resolve waning. When I first greeted her, her voice was so harsh I scarcely heard it. There's no cause for worry, though. My song will lift her from her torpor. Join your voice with mine, Red Maiden, and together we shall rouse our fellow pilgrim. Sister, sister, tired and glum, we will sing and you can hum. Together we shall overcome. I don't think he likes it. Oh yeah, what's... Still don't know what was up with the loud noises. Well, I kind of want this bench. I don't really want to do 30 rosaries, but fuck it. Minus 30. Is there anything I could buy? Okay, you know what? I'm curious. So if I buy this rosary string, how much is it worth? I imagine you lose some, probably. Okay, yeah, you lose 20. Stab the innkeeper. Whoa, dude. Hurts. sure why that one doesn't work. Never mind. Part of this wall would be breakable. That would be kind of... I don't think so, though. Jeez. Alright, I don't want to fight you anymore. Going up. Way more. Oh shit. There's bells everywhere. I would have had enough. Dang it. Oh shit, wait, I'm almost dead. Missing one. Let's go get that bench. Oh, wait, what? It string... Oh my god, it strings it for you. I thought it was a bench, bro. Oh my god, I feel so stupid. That's so funny, actually. Oh wait, there's something down here. Bone scroll. Crude journal made of coarse fabric and bone left by a fallen pilgrim. A relic of Farlum's past, interesting to collectors of historical items. Oh, maybe that's like the... Maybe we can sell those. Why is this hype? Because Hollow Knight's an amazing game, and so is this. Oh, from what? From what I've played so far, I'm very much enjoying it. Okay. I think he meant to Google that. Let me in. This is like a shop or something. Oh. Yeppa? Stay under you. Trying to use the shurikens more. They're definitely good. I guess that's just so you can get... Wait, that sounds like a secret wall. Am I crazy or what? Oh wait, no. I think I'm hitting the... It sounds like it, but I don't think it is. I think I'm hitting something that sounds like it, but... Yeah, I hit the wall. Was there another... There wasn't... Oh, right. This is where... We did the skip to get here, right? Okay. Alright, I'm just making sure I'm... not missing anything. Oh, we're just here. Okay, I see. Not having a map is kind of rough. Yeah, the song's really nice. Oh, I'm gonna have to do the skip to get there again, though. Oh, come on. Oh, that's not good. No, he jumped into me. Dang it, dude. Oh no! They went crazy. It's okay. Hopefully it wasn't the music that made him crazy. I hope not. Alright, come over here, birdie. This music is so nice. Really? Guy. I do not want to jump down because that just leads back to the town. Oh, it's balloons. Oh, and a shortcut? Actually, wait, can we... That's unfortunate. Dude, this is such a... I need to find a bench, man. I mean, the vents don't take that long to go up, but still, it's... Yeah, maybe there's a charm that makes it so your pogo can be, like, down instead of diagonal. Wouldn't be surprised. Stop doing skips. Yeah, true. Oh, yeah, there we go.
You finished?
Unfortunately, Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to skip that. In the lake beyond this cave nests a ragged horde atop an old water mound. Their mastery of flight makes them dangerous. My shell will forever carry the score of their pins. If you're seeking a safer path, head back toward this land's core.
Yanara.
Charts and tools show fine skill shot grab. Met a few who'd match your talent. Cartography, Bacala. It is a craft skill common amongst my tribe. Most important to keep one's mind sharp when on a journey. Charting of caverns, the memory of travel, the knowing of one's place within the kingdom, an engaging task for a warrior's mind. An unfortunate thing that my great mentor never learned the skill. Her talent at getting lost, I should almost be impressed. Well, unfortunately we don't have enough. Only 60. Well, I want to go get my rosaries back, so I'm gonna go the other way. But we have a bench now, at least. Yeah, I was doing I did a skip to get to where I just died. Yeah, chat. There's gonna be a lot of people being like, I don't get why this game is good. I'm bored. Oh, that was close. Okay, well, I'm just gonna... Gonna die. Where do I want to go? I think I can go back up now and get my... No, it doesn't go higher. Shoot. No, there's no wall jumping. Not yet anyways. Oh, this might be a shortcut. Oh, nice. Unfortunately, though, I still don't know how to get... Well, you know what? We can buy the map now. Can you explain the UI? Well, so the masks is your health. The red thing is your shuriken. The one next to the red thing is your nail art. Or not your nail art, sorry. It's like your special move. And then to the left of that is your silk, which is like your soul. Wait, oh, the guy left. Shit. Wanted to buy that map, man. This. Oh, nice. Oh, that's only 30 though. Well, better than nothing. Something down there. Oh, we're here. Okay. Oh, secret here, maybe? Oh, no, never mind. Oh, well. I mean, they let us get under. What's in here? Place is looking kind of sus. Gotta get all the beads. I feel like this is not just a loot room. Like there's... Well, I mean, there's a gate here. The golden thing that's hanging is where the beads were. There's more. No, that's not. No, I was gonna heal, but then I did the wrong move because I'm dumb. No. You're doing so good. Hey, was it inside the building? I didn't get hit there. No. No, I went into the... Dude, this is tough. You have this guy constantly throwing knives at you, and then on top of that, you have this other guy who's like so hard to hit. And that guy's move does so much damage too. Get back here, dude! Oh my god, he's... I can't get high enough to... Okay, we gotta short jump it if he's on the ground. Problem is you try to jump high up, but then the moment you jump up high, they like bounce down into you. Focus. Get back here. You fucker! This AI is so annoying. It's like it goes up to you jump up to hit it, and it like flies up to the top of the ceiling, and then you jump again, and then it like fucking butt slams you. What did that do? Did that open this door? Oh. Oh, you can't actually get out of this room until you beat it, I guess. Unless there's... Yeah, this game is definitely harder than Hollow Knight. Although, I mean, it's hard to say, because, like, the thing is, when you know Hollow Knight, you know, like, where to get spells and, like, mask shards and all that stuff early on, which, in my opinion, helps a lot, but I do think that just the overall difficulty of the game is, like, increased. Dude, I really wish I had a map here. Oh. I don't know where the map guy went. All right, we're back. I really, really want the map, to be honest. I don't know, let's go back to the stag and we can... What do you mean going the intended way? This is the intended way. Let's go, buddy. Bone bottom. Hey, Saint Trina, thank you for the sub. Anonymous, thank you. Dr. Gonzo, JJ, Steward, thank you guys.
Oh boy, yeah.
Won't you stop and make trade with an old pilgrim? Surely something here will aid you in your great journey. I wish I could afford the frickin' key. Wait, who's this? Oh, is this the quest board? Donate bone bottom repairs. A lot of repairs to be done around here, but I need more materials. All I wish for is some shell sarge so I can get to work. Oh, I can do that. I have a lot. I would love to donate. Garb of the Pilgrims. Those mad, violent pilgrims who haunt the Great Path. We could make use of their shawls here in Bone Bottom, and felling them would surely be a mercy. Alright. Flint beetles have awoken in the Marrow. The gems that grow in their bellies provide a pure, constant warmth. Harvest these treasures and be rewarded. Oh, you get like a charm, I think. Volatile flint berries. Beetles. Okay, where is the... I'm hearing awful whispers in camp about pilgrims driven mad by the hardships of the climb, crying out and attacking their fellows. You've been out there, tell me, is it really so? You've heard it true, sir. On the roads, both pilgrims and beasts alike are consumed, driven to violence by a haunted thread, the source of which I have yet to discover. I'd fear it was so. I won't be able to trust a single face out on the path then. The risk of death was daunting enough, but the loneliness of such a journey, that seems almost too much to bear. Ah, well. Just another test of our devotion, I suppose. Rest here with me as long as you like. I'm not ready to leave yet, and a little company is always nice. Maybe the merchant... Oh, this is where the travel is. Where'd the map guy go? What, is it not here? Kind of scary. 1 flint gem. How many of these do we need? 3. Alright, let's keep going forward. Probably another one over here. Gotta be one. Maybe not. I don't know, they said it... They said the flint beetles are somewhere. Yeah, I can't get there. But they're somewhere in this zone. Oh, here we go. Sniffing them out. Oops. Oh, did I never go this way? In the air, the water, everywhere, inside their shells, twisted guts inside guts. Tightest heart around heart, pulsing rhythm, sick, alive, dead, something worse. Deeper must look deeper. Oh, right, we can't go up here. Got a pogo there. Dang, this guy is high up, dude. Jeez. That's crazy. Oh! Hey, little buddy. I think that's the third one? Yeah, we're missing 2. Maybe you go to the left? Are these the shawls? They are. That's a shortcut. Where I was before, wasn't it? This is where I found the first one, wasn't it? Not in here. It's gotta be over this way, I think. Oh, thank you for falling back on the ground where I can loot you. Where is this flint gem? Wait, have I not been up here? Oh, shoot. Nice. Can I pogo off of these? Oh, it's right here. Yo, we found it. Dink donk. Oh. Haven't I been in here? Floating wall thing in the room with the... All right. All right. Oh yeah, this is where we met the NPC. Okay, I think we can... Unless... Wait, is there something up here? Okay, we can remove this pin. We can't get in here, can we? Yeah, no, we're not getting up that. That's for sure. Question is, where is the map guy? Map lady. He was in Bone Bottom. I feel like you're like I'm being trolled because I don't know. I did not see. Oh wait, maybe I can actually reach this now? Okay, I don't think we can do that. Oops. Okay, where do I want to go? I go up here. Dang it! wonder if there's hidden walls in this in these elevator shafts. I should probably check more. Buy the key. I don't have enough for that. I'm close though. Oh my god. Oh, I thought this would take me back up. Come on, man. Why can't I go up here? Is an exploding wall in this room? Wait, you're right. I think that's just a shortcut to this other area. Oh yeah, we don't have to go that way anyways. This is like walled off, isn't it? Yeah. And we can't jump up into it, and I don't think we need double jump to reach all these places. Alright, I'm gonna go run back. Oh! Awoo! One more! Yeah, we're gonna go and turn in the flint. Hopefully we can find, I don't know where this last flea is, though. I feel like it's something I missed. He might be in... I might need an ability for him, though.
Ada!
Alright, let's see if the map person is here. I don't know, you guys said that she's here, but maybe she's over on this side?
Oh boy, yeah.
Oh, it doesn't seem like she's here, chat. Yeah, but the thing is, I already found the map person, but it's not like I need to find them for the first time. Why is the map person not here? I didn't even skip anything at the start, and yes, I did go back, but... The right of the bench in Mossum. Yeah, but isn't that like the first location? I'm not... I don't need to go to the first location, though. Like... I've already found her. Something above the elevator? I know, I've already been there. Wait, there's something there. No! Oh, there's two! Oh. There's like an input delay before you can glide. Weaver Effigy. A relic of Farlam's past, interesting to collectors. Okay, we need to find the collector, because that's probably how we're gonna get the money. Okay, so... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess let's go back to the let's go back to the new zone. I wonder if there's anything like in the shaft here. That'd be kind of cheeky. Okay, maybe... Okay, this is where you string up the beads. Some more shawls. We've got a lot of rosary beads now. Is that all the shawls? think we're close. Oh, we have 11. We need one more. Need to hit the ring button to call him. Or can you? Oh, halfway home. Arr, well-met traveler. Looking for a drink or a rest or both? Fair greetings, good bug. The warmth of your hearth is welcome upon these wet plains. Aye, it's a damp climb through these parts. Used to be just pilgrims trekking my way, but odd times these are, and you ain't even the strangest shell wandering about. A rowdy old warrior stopped through not long back, caused quite a scene, and now a young lass has taken up lodging in my top room. The lass mentioned she's on the lookout for sharp types like yourself. Maybe pay her a visit if you haven't already. Care for a drink, traveler? My nectar's got a kick that'll warm your shell in these sodden times. I'll buy a drink. Don't drug me, please.
There's a hole?
It's only those few stronger pilgrims that survived to reach my home now. Farlam's curse claims the rest. Poor sods left to wander. I do sometimes get to wondering, is it the dregs of their own mind in there keeping them walking, or something else entirely?
That's fine.
Another time, perhaps, among the few gifts of my birth, I find rare need for sustenance. That's so. Well, the nectar's always on tap if you find yourself feeling different. Oh, hello. Oh, ma, sweet surprise for new. You are adult, yes, fully grown, ready to hunt? Certainly I am no child, young one. Perfect then. Nu must ask a wish. For her, you would seek Farloom's many fabulous bugs and cut them. Cut them with your blade. Cut them with your mature spirit. Cut them with your savage adult heart. Would you help, Nu? Could you take her scroll and fill its pages with the learning of your cuts? Is this the Hunter's Journal? What do you mean 100% run? I mean that I'm trying to get 100%. Ooh, ma, you'd make Nu so happy. Hunt down the creatures of this land and record them in the scroll. Oh, yeah, look at that. The Hunter's Journal.
Cadestre.
Learning about a land's inhabitants is a worthwhile undertaking. Perhaps you are more grown than you realize, Nu. Ma, such delicious praise will make Nu shrivel. Go now, hunt and pray and begin our learning. It's hard work learning so much from creatures, but for Nu is very fulfilling. Now go and hunt and pray, Miss Grown-Up. Alright, this place is pretty comfy. Oh shoot. Marrow! Hey, Udex, thank you for the gifted sub, man. I mean, I don't know if I should go... Seems like there's a way up. What was that? Is there a giant bird in the background? Is this a shortcut? Oh, nice. Found a stag station. money. Well, I need to unlock these though. Ooh. Oh, Jesus. The rat! And I'm dead! Oh, God. Get my soul back, maybe. Another memory locker. Big boy. Oh. Guys are kind of scary though. I don't know why I decided that was a good idea. We're okay though? Oh, no way. Litany of the worker, may we catch the dregs and never tire, may we clean the dregs and never hunger, may we spool the dregs and never falter. I'm scared. All right. Well. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Oh. 2 contact damage. Nice. Can I go this way? I think I could have activated that. No, the kunai aren't that bad. I just forget to use them all the time. This area is kind of scary, I'm not gonna lie, like being... I don't want to lose my frickin' rosary beads, dude. Dude, this place is scary. I don't... This is such a long run back. But there's... Whatever, just walk in, I guess. That was greedy. double. Oh, it goes shorter. Dude, that's vile. Oh, man. Fuck. Oh, this is such a far run back, though. Like, surely there's something I'm missing. Somewhere. Not getting item quest from small guy. I have no idea what you're talking about. Use the shuriken. Yeah. True. Jesus. Yeah, I tried using the shurikens and I lost my focus, dude. You just die so fast. And you take 2 damage from like every attack. Maybe that actually doesn't hit you for 2 damage if you like dodge fast enough though. There's this platform here, but I don't know. We can do this though. It's doable. Maybe we're not meant to fight this guy right now, but looking good. No, 8 charges across the arena and double hits me. Dang it, dude. Then he insta follow-ups. Oh, God, it's brutal. It's just, I mean, he can just combo you out so fast. If you're not on 5 health, you just instantly die, like if you get comboed. I mean, I try to pogo it, but a lot of the time when I try to pogo it, I, like, take contact damage. Is the problem. Okay. Black. No way. This boss is making me panic, dude. Every time, dude. I just want to, like, get that efficient punish. So hard to go for the Kogon in there. Just so he's so high up in the air is the problem. I mean, his moveset's not that complicated, but it's just when bosses deal 2 damage, it's... You only have 5 health, it's definitely a little bit more dangerous. There's an elevator here. Pilgrim, the settlement welcomes all who step the holy path. May you ease your shell within, that your strength renewed can carry you higher. I'm playing on controller. Oh, a cutscene. Haunted Bellheart. Place is kind of creepy. New objective. Break the silken curse ensnaring the town of Bellheart. Oh, this looks like it's... Oh, I got the fucking hiccups. This looks like it's gonna be a town. Okay. I gotta go get some water. Okay. Oh, I still got the hiccups. Elwood. Dude, I need a map. Is that a hive? Oh. A long pin. Yo, Shafa, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Oh, I hate having the hiccups. Oh, fucking Grotto. Oh, I'm trying to hold my breath. Oh, I won't stack. Oh, I can't stop hiccuping. That's awful. Is this back where I was before? Oh!
Mieszko.
Needle Child, Huck, I encountered a settlement near here at the core of a vein of old bells. The bugs there were snared silent on a web of silk. It seemed the pernicious trap of some unseen predator. I left quickly, making sure to avoid the glimmering threads.
Nesvir?
I passed the town myself, the thread sickness, I've seen it's like upon the roads, but there it does not discriminate. The curse that strikes the town, it is driven, focused. A cold use of silk at a concerning scale. If the path permits, I will investigate its source. Oh yes, give me all of your maps. Oh my god, I can't stop hiccuping. It's awful. Oh, thank God. I feel so much better now.
Buramki.
Oh, I can't stop hiccuping, dude.
Lai lai lai. Ushkaro. Ushkaro. Lai 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 lai. Ushkaroshka. Lai lai lai. Ushkaro. Lai lai lai. Ushkaro. lai. Ushkaroshka. Kalai lai lai. Ushkaro. Kalai lai lai. Ushkaro. Kalai lai.
Okay. Go see what's in here. Ooh, what is this? Oh? Oh, hello.
Smalon.
Shell, white mask, red cloak. Bug, a living bug.
Tamiyan.
A bug I am, at least in part, but you are something quite different. I apologize if I have roused you from some deep slumber.
Tospan.
Slumber, long sleep, but now is the waking. Growth, time of birth. The time of birth approaches.
Smalon.
Heat bug, the time of birth approaches. Birth.
Neratotaso.
The time of birth approaches. Now, the right of the polyp. Bug, only you are left. None more tread here. None.
Smalon.
For the right, the Palip Hearts. They are needed. Bring them here for the right. Okay. I'll get you your Palip Hearts.
Juanita.
If you have knowledge or power to grant, I will aid you. These Palip Hearts you desire, they could be found about the wood. Palip Hearts found in the wood. Yes, Bug. Seek out the purple blooms inside the hearts. The time of birth approaches. Palip Hearts are needed. Bring them, Bug, and power will be shared. Okay. Oh, I'm so glad we found the map guy. You have no idea. Oh wait, is that one of them there? Adventure? So many enemies do 2 damage now. Can you make her say Shaw? Not that I'm aware of yet. Oh, nice. I do wish there was like benches. I wish there was benches next to the stags.
Ada!
Well, they're not stags. I don't know what they're called in this, but it's a stag station. Like, let's be real. Yeah, there is a bench below. You're right. Is this a boss fight? Oh wait, did I clear this room before? I wonder if you can, like, throw your spear to knock it down instantly. Okay, well... Is there a shortcut here? Whoa. Wonder if you can pogo on its neck. I want to see what's the other direction as well, but... Oh no. Combos are brutal. Like, they do so much. Everybody does 2 damage. This is chill, though. I thought maybe I could send it down on its own, but it doesn't seem like it. Dang it, dude. Alright. Shots. You've been playing for 2 hours and you haven't gotten any abilities? Oh no. What did I get from killing this guy? Anything? You can pogo it. Cool. Oh wait, I don't know if I should have. I think I goofed. How's the game so far? It's really good, man. I'm really enjoying it. The difficulty, I feel like they definitely upped the difficulty a bit too. Compared to base game Hollow Knight. Oh, that was so close. Oh well. Dang it. Oh, there's... Okay, I'm just trolling. I'm trying to go too fast is the problem. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I gotta get the rosary beads. Oh, we're gonna get an ability here, I think. Daughter of a distant land, we who remained have waited long. Bind our strength to yours, reclaim the future of our haunted kingdom. Oh shit. Aha! The cling grip. We got the mantis claw, chat. Oh hell yeah, baby. I'm using the nail a bit more, the long pin, sorry. I want to go up there, but I want to go down here. I want to go everywhere. Oh, another purple flower. Nice. How many of those do we need? 3? Oh, 6. Oh, shit. Okay. Does this just go back to where I was? Right, and then there's the down path. Oh, you can go up the wall by pressing dash. That's cool, actually. Wonder if that's faster than spamming jump. Okay, so that's where we were before. Oh, there's purple fruit here. Nice. Is there a bench? Oh, wait, I think there's a bench over here somewhere. Nice. That's kind of scary. Okay, bench. Wait, you hear a flea? Oh shit, you're right! We're okay, chat. We're okay. Not even close. Alright, to the bench. I think it's up here, maybe? What is this? Pilgrims, spare a song for those who lay here silent. By strength abandoned, they fell before the final ascent. Okay, I feel like at some point I'm gonna be able to sing. Maybe if I turn in the fleas, actually. Let's put a marker here. I haven't beaten it yet? No, I think we still have a lot of the game left. Oh shit. Oh my god, I didn't... I'm dead.
Ren!
No! My rosary bead. Oh, we got our last shawl from that guy. That's funny. I think there's something else here with the song. I need the bench. Quick. Wait, no. Alright, well, we have 2 quests done. I thought maybe I could pogo off that. That would be crazy if you could do that. Actually, we have the bench, so I guess it doesn't really matter that much. This fucking bug, dude, die! Throw your spears. True. True. Oh, nice. Nice. We got a shortcut. Oh man, this game is so good, dude. I'm just like, I'm having such a good time, chat. Pilgrim, accept the judgment of the rise beyond, that all who stand at Farloom's holy crest prove pure of will and want. Ooh. Crazy how much we've already explored, but I feel like we've barely done, like, the map for this is probably insane. Yeah, I'm starting to get used to the pogoing now. Good. Oh my gosh, another one? I don't have enough rosary. Dude, I'm gonna have to like farm these. What if it's only like 8 hours? I would be surprised. You never know, maybe. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I can't really... I was trying to sprint jump across that, but I couldn't. This gives me the creeps, dude. Whoa. Yeah, this area is so cool. That was dumb. I was gonna say, I hope I find the map person, and I did. Ashanka, child-wielding needle. Have you seen trace of my master nearby? I feel she was here only recently. Not say for certain, Chakra, though if she travels seeking skilled opponents, these steps would serve her well. The warriors watching over them are formidable. True, impressive guardians they are, fighting defensively and loath to leave their stations. They swing their weapons with a cold brutality that should not be underestimated. Blasted Steps map. Dude, we're spending all of our rosaries on frickin' maps, but I mean, it's worth it. Like, oh, he's helping. Yo, cool. No way, dude. Wait, where even am I? I'm getting shreked. Okay, there's a whole section down in the bottom left. Oh my. I feel like this is a boss fight. I don't know, there's a flag. Oh my, he's sniping me! That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe it's just enemies. Oh god. Such an interesting fight. my god, I get hit by it every time. It's so good at hitting you, dude. You're hit by every single one. Don't jump. That both of them? Oh shit. Oh, he's angry. He'll be back. Ruh-roh. Killed his friend. He's not happy. That's not what I... Jump, dude! Oh. Wait, you know what? I wonder, can I... Oh, no. Well, okay, actually, I think I understand. If you have a small platform, you can... Oh, jeez. What am I doing? I'm trying to jump across the gap. What do you mean, what am I doing? Can we make that? So close to getting our 6th mask shard. Oops. Okay, so I think... No, why did I do that? Ooh, what is this? A bench. Nice. So rude to raise a pinstress from their deep meditation. You carry on with that kind of brash behavior and you're likely to be stuck quick through.
Fadastama.
Surprised to find a bug of sound mind alive in such an inhospitable place. You are a warrior learned in the blades of this land. Aye, a pinstress. Your needle there might fit you fair, strange as it is and all, but it's the pin that's the glorious weapon of Farloom. Given I'm now awake, maybe you'd fancy a little training. Care to test the power of a pinstress? Might be even this old master could show you a thing or two. I would love to train. Old choice, Needlebug. Let's get our shells a-shaking. The Needle Strike. We got our first nail art. How grand to face an opponent with a bit of energy. You're a skilled one, clear enough. I hope my training has granted some insight. Oh, it's a double hit. It's a right long time since I've felt so vigorous. All those dulled pilgrims are useless for testing my talents. Your blade proved an impressive challenge, Pinstress. The strength and skills hidden about this kingdom continue to surprise me. You bear your own strange strengths, Needlebug, more I think than you'd be willing to reveal to me. What I wonder, are you planning to turn all that power towards? Off with you now, Needlebug. A pinstress of my substantial talent requires their deep meditation, especially after such a satisfying bout.
Magina fora.
Goodbye, pinstress. May your blade remain sharp.
That's fine. Yanara.
I wonder if there was anything to the left there. No, I don't think so. I don't want to see what's down at the bottom. Nothing more to the left? I don't really think there was, chat. Now you're making me want to go double check, but... I mean, there's a ring, but I can't do it, so... Yeah, you can turn in the quest. I just haven't been back to the town in a while. I kind of want to go down to the bottom left. I don't know if I can actually get there. Oh, no, I think I can. I just didn't go this way. I feel like there's going to be a boss fight here, though. These sands mark the edge of Farloom's territory. I was brought to this land through the caverns beyond. Something at this kingdom's height still hungers for me. Were I to flee now, I would
Any
again be
friend?
pursued. Till I find the source of that hunger and slay it, I will not be free. No leaving. There's platforms up there, but I can't get to them, so I think we gotta go the other way. And grab this bench again. End game location, yeah, I think we need double jump for that. Oh. Oopsie daisy. Which way do we go? Oh. I'm missing one. I think I have. Hey, Veladon, thank you for the gifted sub. Oh, shoot. Well, I could get enough for it. Hey, Patrick, thank you for the 53 months. Oh, hello. Lumble the Lucky. Ah, fellow pilgrim. I've been praying alone here too long with only the wind's voice to join mine. We're so close. Our pilgrimage is almost over. Just one final brutal climb,
Cadestre.
The Citadel is near, pilgrim. You must have had some strength in you. Few of your fellows seem to reach these heights. Aye, the roads become lonelier the longer they're traveled and the higher we climb. Takes a lot of luck and a lot of faith to make it this far, though I'm sure I don't need to tell you that. While we rest for the journey ahead, care to test your luck with a game of dice? You know how to play, I trust. Sure, I can grasp the rules quickly enough, sir. What is the wager? A beat of rosaries on each roll. What say you? Sound fair? Let our worries roll away with the dice. Gamba. 4 rosaries at a time. So can we only play with this guy? Oh wait, we can speak to him again. What a pleasure, the road has carried you back to me. Whoa, that was close. Oh wait, there's a path up? Can I go there? Oh yeah. Oh wait, it goes... Turn in some quests. Yeah, I probably should. You know what, let's go back to the town.
Ada!
Have I killed a boss yet? I've killed many bosses. Oh, we got a necklace. 120 rosaries from that. A life-saving bridge. I've heard tell pilgrims sometimes fall down that big hole beside the settlement. Nasty way to end your journey before it even begins. I could build a bridge if only I had the materials. I'll donate. Oh, that's gonna be all of it, but that's okay. Skull Tyrant, largest of the Marrow's loathsome, bony predators, prowls the caves above the Great Pass, slay the beast, and keep us all safe. Okay. Is this harder than the original? I would say so, yeah. Hey, wake up, buddy. Oh wait, yeah, where do we... He's in the Marrow. Oh, I see him. Alright, yeah, let's go give the fleas. You're right. Is it everything you ever wanted? Yes. Look, so many fleas have joined the caravan. What a miracle. We cannot thank you enough for honoring our humble wish. You're welcome. There's still many fleas for us to be united with, though, and we've rested long enough. The caravan must head higher. Oh, but stranger, how remiss of me. I introduced myself earlier without ever asking for your own name. Forgive me, please, what shall we call you?
Fenestra.
You may call me Hornet, Flea Master. Know that I, like you, am glad to see your fellow fleas safe with your caravan. These are dangerous lands to travel alone. I still have a long journey ahead of me. If I come across any more fleas, I will assist where I am able. Oh, Bavenda, that is to say incredible. What a beautiful thing for me to hear. Dear friend, Miss Hornet, our caravan must be away now toward the wide moor high above. Would you travel with us as our honored guest? I would love to travel with you, yes! Excellent, excellent. Let us make preparations and be off without delay. Rouse yourself, fleas, for the caravan roams once more. Go! Hold on. I'm gonna go get a drink. And then we're gonna ride this fucking caravan. Alright. Oh man, this game is so good, chat. I'm having so much fun. Oh my god, look at them, they're so cute! The journey here was long, but we didn't lose a single flea. I'm told it's good luck to bring a guest along when traveling, so he must have you to thank. I trust the trip was agreeable for you. A pleasure, perhaps? Nestled in with our dear little ones. They certainly make for energetic travel companions. I've not often had opportunity to socialize with such spirited sorts. Splendid, and now you must go see Grishkin, sitting there by the bubbling cauldron. After long travel, we drink to revive our spirits. Oh, we're here. Oh, cool. Interesting. Okay, well now we know where they are. Oh, hello. Godeshna, want for shelter from the thick gray air is heavy and wet. I'm worried for the little flea's health in this land. And they make play in the filthy water. I say them stop, but they just laugh and splash on me. They are lack respect. Most bugs instinctively obey those with strength and will. Speak with authority or commands may go unheeded. Ah, really. It's Flea Master's job to teach the fleas such. I will just have rest here until it is time to move on. Strange beasts prowl these gray lands. I hear them roar and shriek outside camp. It's best to stay inside and make quiet. I respect that, Varga. Stay inside and play video games. Odeshna, Miss Hornet is it? Welcome to our new camp. The traveling is done and so we drink. There's no better way to revive spirit than to drink the famous Flea brew. I'm just have finished a batch, bubbling and warm. Your friend, finder of lost little fleas, Here, take a bottle of Flea brew with you. We'll keep you warm while you travel. I am always brewing here, so have no fear to drink plenty and return whenever you are wanting more. Increases the speed of movement and attacks. Oh, shit. A great vein of bells there. Some of the fleas wanted to shelter inside, but I was not so sure. The whole creaking mass seems unstable. It makes me tremble.
Buenera.
You are wise not to head inside, Flea Master. A silken curse has taken hold of that settlement within. Advise your fellows to avoid that place. A curse, you say? Well then, our thanks are owed again. I shall let all fleas know they must not venture closer. We will camp here in these gray lands until more fleas find their way to the caravan. Please lend your aid to any of our fellows you find lost out on the roads. The fleas are so cute. Alright. Dang, dude, look at that speed with the buff on. Oh, it costs money. Well, shoot. Oh, but I had... Oh, okay. It's not that expensive, though, because you have 30 in the reserve. That's cool. So, they basically made Quick Slash a consumable that you only get 3 of. Can I go up to this room? I gotta go all the way around. Oh, wait, we're here? Oh, yeah, because I never went the other way. I went this path. Attack move. Oh yeah, we have the charge attack. Yeah, let me try it. Wait, do I hear a flea? Oh. No, the buff does not last long. We're getting a decent amount of rosaries now, at least. Hey, what's over here? Chapel of the Reaper. That does not sound safe. I didn't forget about the flea. I just want to open this shortcut. Alright. Base tank. There's a shortcut we can unlock here. Boom! Yo, Jack, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, dude. Let's go back. Let's make sure to rest at this bench. I'm kind of low on shards, so I'll just keep using the drink for now. Yo, Ruble, thank you for the 108 months. All right. To the Reaper's Mansion. Chapel. Why am I even doing that? That was not good. Flames. What is this? Attack with heavy arcing slashes and reap additional silk from enemies. To change Crest, open the Crest screen of the menu while resting at a bench. Ooh. That sounds very interesting. Claim your first Crest. She gets stances, I guess so. It's closed! Oh yeah, you can see it's like... Look at my attack now. Has so much more range. Music's so nice. Wait, where am I? Oh, it unequipped. Cool. Oh, this is... Wait, where's... Crest? Oh. Should probably use these memory lockets, eh? Although, is that specifically... Oh, it's specifically for the crest. Well, that's okay. I mean, the heavy one seems good because it has more range. Wait, so what happens? Oh. Oops. Wait, do I get like a buff if I use my ability when I'm at full health? Okay, so if I press down, it does the spear. If I press up, it does the... Interesting. There's a pathway all the way up at the top there. I don't know if I can get to it. I'm maxed. Well, I'm maxed for this specific crest. That's the thing. Like, you're gonna unlock. You need more for the other styles, essentially. Yeah, it does say you get more. It did say you get more silk. Oh, it's more of a like an actual down pogo now. Although it's a bit slower, I think. Yeah, I know. I hear the flea, but I don't know where he is, guys. I don't even hear him anymore. Yeah, he's up there. I think we just gotta go this way. Dude, look at that speed with this shit on. It's crazy. Locked bell home. Call out.
No!
Sure? Who's bothering me now? Leave the great Yarnaby in peace. Shoo shoo.
No!
Jamar, thank you for the 16 months. Shoo, I say, unless you brought a worthy specimen with something truly nasty inside them, buzz off. Otherwise, leave the great Yarnaby in peace.
No!
Shoo, I say. Okay. I don't have any specimen for you, I'm sorry. Ooh. Cloth and incendiary materials that could be fashioned into an explosive weapon. Oh, shit. And pillow. Fabric pouch filled with volatile material explodes on impact with enemies or when ignited by its fuse. We got fucking grenades, chat. Grenades hidden in the ceiling. Like Repo. Try it? Well, I have to equip it. I don't think there's any other path here, right? Oh, does that guy just keep respawning? Can't get back up if I drop here. Say maybe I can get one of them to come up here, but I don't know. Ooh, a shortcut. Let's go sit at the bench. Oh, nice. We're at the halfway house. I feel like my character got stronger. I mean, kind of. We honestly haven't really found anything that massive in terms of like a DPS increase yet. Like we haven't had a nail upgrade or anything of that sort. Anyways. Ooh. Why do I feel like this is soaked? Oh, what a turn. For dear Krat to be strung up in such a dank little cave. Cursed threads stretched throughout this land, set to ensnare the unwary. You seem no worse for it now, at least. That metal carriage, it is yours, I assume? Oh, yes, yes. I'm setting out to join the nearest Flea caravan, aren't I? Safety in numbers, yes. I've had more than enough of venturing alone. And you, I trust, I will see you there. My carriage hides a special secret I'd gladly share with you when we next meet. That's concerning. With luck, my dear, we will meet again when I have joined the Flea caravan. My carriage hides a special secret. That seems kind of evil. He's got candy inside his caravan. Oh, this looks like a boss. Sinner's Road. Okay, I think yeah, I'm gonna use the grenades. I've been up here. On the 8th harvest, send 50 measures, 9 beats dreg thread spooled, 14 measures dreg thread twined, oath of fealty all workers. On the 12th harvest, send 40 measures dreg thread spooled, 2 beats fine thread twined, oath of fealty all workers. I wonder if these like mean anything. Okay. Wait a sec, there is... That's unfortunate. Oh, right, I can't get up there, though, because... Oh, wait, unless... Wait, maybe from this one. Oh. Oops. Oh, I shouldn't have dropped down there. But that's okay, we could take the elevator back up. No big deal. It's a completely different place than the first game? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's my first playthrough. We're in no rush. This place just goes, dude. What was the point of that, though? Just for some silk, I guess? Dang, you're tanky. Holy moly. We're getting a lot of beads, though. 400 now. Can't you bounce on the spikes? I mean, yeah, that's what I was doing. Looks like boss fight. Maybe not. Oh, we found a flea. Oh. I kind of have this, like, feeling like I missed something else there, but... maybe it's fine. Rip diagonal Pokeball. It's still kind of diagonal. This game is amazing. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it so far. Yeah, I'm on controller. We have 150. Nice. So we have the Sinner's Road up top. Guess we should probably go there. But what... I kind of want to try to help Bellheart. Didn't go up all the way in the room with the fans. Yeah, I'm not... Oh, shoot. I'm not sure where you're talking about exactly.
Ada!
Oh, we never unlocked. Oh man, chat, this game is so good. I gotta say, the sprint feels really nice. Oh, hello. Oh, mama. Look here, Miss Grown-Up. Very fascinating creature here. All dead in bits now, but still good. Takes the shape of the woods for her body and her hair like bitter leaves. Clever, thinks new.
Machina Fora.
Creature staked its territory here and attacked as I passed through. Not linger long. Her tribe remains hidden amongst the branches, disguised and waiting to strike. Oh, so the cutting up was done by you. New gives her warm thanks. Now New can inspect this creature well, all its gooey insides and crunchy shell. New takes time with her creatures. She must inspect closely. Thick arms, flaky hair, delicate eyes. New will inspect it all. Oopsies. Aha. We're gonna save the people of Belltown, chat. Oh, maybe not. We need double jump. Oh, wait, maybe not. Oh, shit. Oh, there's a flea here. Ow! No! Oh, shit. Oh, shit, I'm here. Oh, that... Should have grabbed the bench. Yeah, I mean, we still don't have full... What's crazy is we still don't have another mask shard. Like a full mask set yet. We're missing one. Thank you for the gifted sub, Grimstar. Making brossery might save backtracking, but that's an area that I have yet to explore. It's not like I don't need to go back there. Well, yeah, I mean, if we die and lose it, then that would be really bad. Did it. Never mind. Jesus Christ. Oh wait, can we get this now that we can wall jump? Alright, let's try this again. Dude, this area is scary. Oh, Synthetics, thank you for the 5 gifted. purple fruit. Oh, it's by the bench. Yo, nice. Okay. Well, good thing I have the bench. Yo, Jack, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Oh wait, I don't actually want to take the elevator. Oopsies. They shall join, union upon your thread, a gift for your waking, a world strung to serve. Creature, your claws guide those cursed threads, but you are not their source. What role do you play in this vile affliction? Oh, she is here, the rare birthling, precious child of worm and weaver. Spawn of those who dared to flee, she has found her way home, at last. I'll find her shell and silk and claw. For you, mother, let me claim her all for you. Oh. Ruh-roh. Oh, that was clutch. Oh, we got a pyro off of that. Dang, dude. Holy moly. Oh, it's 35% off 5 gift subs right now. Interesting. Oh, wait, is that like this? I don't know. Oh, right, it's because of September. Am I not? I felt like that was the right idea, but maybe I didn't. I might have not jumped high enough. Yeah, I guess I could just hover. That was a little face tank there at the end. Oh shit, no! Oh shit! Yo, MJ, thank you for the Prime sub. Oh. Yeah, this fight is tough, man. Oh, you can hit the... Yeah, that was greedy. That was greedy. Base equals tank. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Kieran. Fun fight, man. Give me your soul. Yeah, thank you for the 5 gifted, Kieran, Electric, Gamer, Anime Zero, J-Swizz, Lucius, thank you guys. Needlin. Play ancient melodies by stringing silk along the needle. Silk will be expended to strike enemies to replenish silk. Yo, we can play music! We marked that spot where we could play music before. I think we might have even marked like 2 spots. can open these doors now? Shoot. Okay. Oops. What is that? For her light eternal, our song sustains. Hey Mex, thank you for the 5 months. Objective completed. Oh, we saved Bellheart. I think we lifted the curse. Oh, the town is alive! Hello. Welcome, welcome, wary pilgrim. Though glorious Bellheart may be past its finest shine, it still remains the last friendly stop before the Citadel. It is the task of I, fair Pavo, to extend the warmest of welcome to those passing devout such as your good self. Your town seems returned to healthy form, good bug. I had some concern that upon cutting you free I'd find only husks. Yes, well, most of our residents do not fare so well. Still, it's no good to dwell on dark things. We shall build and grow and welcome, as is any good bellbug's task.
That's fine.
What do you remember of your time caught upon the thread, Pavo? It is difficult, upsetting even to think. Strange, sad memories, not my own, and my own thoughts smothered amidst the tangle. One could choose to connect themselves to something grander. That curse may seem a wonder. For myself, it now seems a horror. Welcome, welcome, travelers all. Rest your weary shell and revive your flagging spirit. Bellheart, glorious, gleaming, and very, very safe. Stay a while before you begin your final climb. Oh, nice. You know, we could go buy the simple key chat and go see what one of them does. There might also be a shop here, true.
Ada!
hell is that? What do you want, slave?
Da, fenestra.
Slave? I am a traveler stranger, not a slave. Ugh, exactly what a slave would say. Begone. The noise from above has returned, that pitiful clamor. The threads have been cut. It was you who cut them down. Do not deny it.
Hironare.
Why should I deny it, sir? I severed the thread and defeated the creature guiding the curse onto the town. Are you displeased? Displeased? If I breathe, if I live, I am displeased. Only the dead are satisfied. You are a slave and a nuisance. Begone. I waste no more words on a slave. Begone. I wonder if there's something I could, like, equip to make him trust me. Oh, jeez. I had a feeling something might fall on me there. Thought this might be where I was before, but it does not seem like it. I mean, it's not. It just looks similar. Oh gosh.
Friend.
We'll hit him with a charge attack. Whoa. Oh, these guys are scary. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. Wait, so is that a... I wonder, can you go through that? I guess that's a way to get to Bellheart early? That mark on your map is a mass shard? What, below me? Talk to him before lifting the curse. Oh yeah, maybe. Wait, have I? Who's that? Hola, hola. Welcome, my lady. So glad you found us here. I could see you're blessed with strong limbs and keen sight. Fond of frolics, are you? Keen to test your aim? We'd be right honored to play a little game with you. A little test of skill we've set up. No need to test my skills, sir, nor do I have time for frivolities. Oh, but we'd make it worth your while. A prize awaits you if you can meet our challenge. If you offer a prize, that changes matters. I can meet any challenge if the reward is sufficient. What are the rules of your game? Exceedingly simple, my lady. I'll provide the pins for throwing, and my associate will provide a target. Hit the target 15 times, and you'll earn yourself a worthy prize.
Haha, Rancamentis Faradalia.
Do I have to use...
Sirata Sakrasila. Mindatu Yazabu. Vavuma! Oh, blood.
Okay, you can only miss 3 times. Alright, I see. Alright, I think you have as much time as you want, but you just need to be careful. You need to be slow. What? I went over the... Oh my god, he's fucking scamming me. You bitch.
Mindatu Yazabu. Bavuma! Oh!
No way, dude.
Bilan! Oh!
Oh la la, that's it then. Our lady has struck the target 15 times. A beautiful victory. Hopefully you enjoyed yourself. A little levity is a balm in these troubled times, don't you think? I've thought such games best saved for times of peace, but perhaps there is truth in what you say. Now that I have bested your challenge, you will produce the prize I've earned? Oh, of course. I see you have a tool pouch of your own there, full to bursting with baubles and trinkets, no doubt. Fit another pocket onto it so you can carry even more tools and shards with you. A fair prize, wouldn't you say? Okay.
Bromat to Tantak.
Hit the target 25 times and you'll earn yourself a beautiful necklace of rosaries. Shit.
Mindatu Yazabu. Bavuma! Oh! Oh, Bilan! Ha ha ha! Oh! Oh, Bilan! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!
It's a weird movement. What the fuck is this thing doing, dude? That was close. Nice. I took my time, but hey, you know what? 0 misses. My lady, I thought perhaps you'd have a little more trouble with this round, but you've emerged victorious again. I'll have to speak to my associate. I don't think he provided you with enough of a challenge, truth be told. It was challenge enough. My prize, sir. A prize, of course. My lady must have a prize. Here then, a lovely necklace full with rosaries. I'd been hanging on to this for a while, but you've earned it fairly. So hope you think of me when you wear it, my lady. Heavy. Oh, shit. 220. Yo, nice. That was huge. Perhaps that's enough games for now, eh? We'll need to come up with a much trickier challenge to best you, my lady. Oh, this is where the prison was. This guy showed up. What if I leave and come back?
Haha! Minda tu yazabu!
Weird, it doesn't show like the whole path up to Bellheart for some reason, but... I don't think you have to use the pouch chat. It just like gets upgraded automatically. Wait, what? I really messed up there. Oh, the boulder shell protected me, but... Okay, we're not far. There we go. Oh, that was beautiful. Oh, nice. 6 HP. I got the normal pogo. I mean, it's just what I'm using right now. Alright, let's remove... Wait, no, not that one. Remove this one. Let's actually go check the other pins that we made, because I think some of them... I can't remember what they are, but well, that's what they're there for. The charge attack's okay, but it takes a long time to charge. There's a merchant over here. Oh, right, it's the blacksmith. Ooh, oh, right, we use craft metal for this. Save for key. I mean... it's fine. Yeah, I have a good amount. I mean, I have 430 rosaries in storage.
Purovara. Mario. Purovara.
Have I done the purple flower quest? I've been doing it, but I still am missing 2. Alright, what's down here that I marked? Oh, is this the song one? Oh no, this is the... I'm not sure about that one. Oh, right, and then it's this the locked door that... There's 2 locked doors that I found so far. Other locked door is over there above Moss Grotto. There's something in Shellwood. I think that's the music spot. I'm gonna go... Oh. I had a live concert. Excuse me?
Ada!
Alright, let's go see what's down here. I think this is the music spot. I don't know if this works. All right, well. Full bar. I don't think it's like a timer thing. I can try to just hold it for a while and see, but which game is harder? I would say Silksong. Most enemies in this game do like 2 damage to you. Which is a lot. I don't think this works, guys. Just a readable? I don't know. The singing bug, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to Bellheart. Oh, buddy. Greetings, shopkeeper. It seems you've recovered well from that silken affliction. Ah, well, I'm a clever bug. When that strange thread struck down from above, I shut up tight and huddled in my bell home. Where's that guy going? Might have been a problem for the others about here, but my store was flush with supplies, so no fear I'd go hungry. Your preparedness served you well then, although your store now seems quite bare. Yeah, I'll admit, the wait was longer than I'd anticipated, and a bug has to eat. I'll have more to offer you once my courier turns up. No doubt he's been avoiding Bellheart since the curse set its sight on us. Oh, you can get a memory locket here. Expensive, though. Oh. When searching the bell veins carefully, you can sometimes find rare silver bells. If we could salvage some, the material would be of great use. Okay. My dear little courier was last seen in Shellwood. Please someone find Tip and send him home along with all of his precious stock. Wait, Tip. I feel like I found him, no? Those blasted craw bugs are fouling up my roof. I've come up with a clever solution to keep them away, but I'll need some help. Inquire at the halfway home if you're fit for the task. Oh, the halfway home. Okay. Craw bug clearing. Okay, there's still 2 purple flowers we need. The Belvane tunnels above and below Bellheart. Oh, okay. Oh, the apothecary. What? Who is it? What have you got? What do you want?
Miofene?
Oh, Relic Seeker. Oh, shit. I'm just a traveler, one hoping you were not too badly affected by the cursed snare set upon this town. What binds them outside means nothing to me. None of them have my keen sense, my respect for the past. You seem able, though. Sneaky, too. If you find any old stuff, anything with a history to it, bring it here, I'll take it. But what's this? I smell something on you right now. You have a relic for me. Yes, this fits my collection well. Look then, look at what I have. Alright. Bone Scroll. I die here in the damp dark, then join those poor sods trapped to stumble aimless and empty until their limbs fall to dust. Carving of Kimura, weaver of healing of prayers etched upon it. Weaver, heal my sons, their fearful hearts, their limbs that shake at the climb to come. We pray, gift but a glimmer of your strength, that when we stand before your divinity, you see bugs shed free of fear. More then, bring me more relics of the past, records, seals, idols. Let's gather up the history of the world and hoard it all here, nice and safe. If I happen upon more curiosities of this kingdom's past, I may visit again. Until that time, keep yourself safe. My calling it is to gather the relics of the past. Look at my collection if you fancy. Look, look. There's another place. Dude, this is a big city. By Claw, are you then our savior in the shell, standing so calm and cool on entrance to Pliny's bell home? What clue, sir, tells of my part in your town's liberation? Why, your blade, fierce warrior, any fine pin master would detect the sign of deadly work upon that needle's edge. 'Twas a vile curse that struck here. No simple bug nor basic pin could have granted our release, no. That blade, though, so expertly clutched in claw, that could well have met the task. It was you who cut us free, yes? I'll grant you've sharp sight, pin master, and your saving is fortuitous. This blade that restored your town would now benefit from your service. Well, yes, I have a busy backlog of pins to tend, but your gracious heroism decrees that unique weapon receives my care this very moment. What say I take a look? Oh. Alright. Nail upgrade.
Hola.
90. Bonva, it is done, brave warrior. By my expert claw, your strange blade has received some fast, sharp shine. It shall cut cleaner than ever before. Your efforts provide great aid, Pin Master. You have my thanks.
That's fine.
Skills are impressive. My needle sings from your care, but I must ask, can the blade be owned further? You seek further sharpening, further than Pliny does provide? Impertinence, but maybe? No. You hesitate, then it is possible? Are you incapable? Should I seek others within the kingdom? Wait, yes, seek not others, but an oil, fabled and fine. With it the Citadel once brought gleaming edge and point to its pins. Though the Citadel's pin masters are long past, some small store of that miraculous elixir may remain within its halls. Were even a meager drop pilfered and gifted upon Pliny, your blade could shine brighter still. There's no, dear friend, the veiled bugs would be oh so unkind to the thief who'd claim that fine prize for themselves. Oh shit, okay, so we can get another upgrade, but it's in the Citadel. Oh man, this game is crazy, dude. I will find the oil, Pin Master. My needle has seen much use in this cruel kingdom, and I suspect many more battles are due. Will value your further skills upon my blade. It's a dangerous wish you accept of this poor Pin Master. I welly hope this one's professional desire does not cost you your life. Up there in that citadel, the fabled oil is waiting. Bestow it upon this fine Pin Master, and your blade shall sing louder yet. I will find the oil, Pin Master. Keep your skills sharp. Like you can maybe go higher there. Oh man, we got so much stuff to do. Well, we could go to Shellwood and see if we can find the rest of the purple flowers, I guess. I don't want to do that. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, chat. I will be right back. Alright. I am back. Oh, man. This game is so good, chat. Alright, let's go look for them purple flowers, shall we? What about that flea you saved? He went to the caravan. I think I need to save, like, a fair bit of them. I kind of missed the diagonal pogo a little bit. If you're like... I guess I'm just clearing the ledge. Well, no. There's like a specific height where you just like dash over the ledge. But I feel like it still does the... It's weird. I don't know, I'm just crazy, I guess. Maybe you have to be like right next to... Oh, yeah. See like that? Well, maybe I'm just high enough. I don't know. It's weird. You see the difference, though, what I'm talking about, right, chat? You can sometimes, like, get, like, a quick mantle or something. I don't know. I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just saying that sometimes when you dash into the top of a ledge, you get, like, a quick climb animation. Alright, Chad, I need you on the lookout for purple flowers, alright? Oh. Oh, I don't want to die. I'm still curious what this, like, aura that's around me does. Maybe that increases my soul gain when I melee enemies. We only need one more purple flower. I'm not really sure where to look, though. Related to one of the blue trinkets. I think it... From what I know, the aura is because of the like, stance that I'm in. Or the crest, I think it was called. Like, the Reaper's crest. There could be a purple over here to the left, maybe? I don't know. I feel like I've already gotten this one. Oh no, wow, I found it. Yo, let's go. Got a knack for this, I guess. Hell yeah. Alright. Is there anything else in Shellwood that we need to do? A Skull Tyrant of the Marrow. Where even is that? There's the Bells in Bellheart. A halfway home in Greymoor. Oh, he was seen in Lower Shellwood. Okay. Let's go look for Tip. Shoot. I wish these elevators were, like, open. Yeah, there were the scary noises behind the door in Marrow, that's true. Oh. I think we're on his scent. Did I follow up on the secrets the guy told me? Honestly, I can't remember exactly what those secrets are anymore. Can I track something here? They said it's in Lower Shellwood anyways. So it's gotta be around this way. Probably not here though, because this isn't... Wait a sec, where is this? He did go this way. Those guys died pretty fast. Oh right, yeah, the needle upgrade. Yeah, that'll do it. Oh gosh. Curious if I could kill them. You cannot, it seems. You... I'm here, buddy. Tip. Hurry your tip. Oh, those horrible beastie beasts are gone. Much and many thanks for you, mighty warrior.
Cadestre.
It was a simple thing, small bug. I assume you are Tip the Courier? Ray, the Bellheart traders seem concerned for your safety and for the cargo you carry. He sent you. Ah, she needs to learn a little patience. Time has barely been away, but still is lucky for me you came. Well, I must be off now. That old grubbly grub in the bell will come after me herself if she not get her goods. There he goes. Will I finish the game in one stream? No. We'll probably stream like another hour or two. I don't want to go too, like, I don't want to, I'm starting to feel like a little tired just because I kind of woke up early, but I still got a little bit in me. Yeah, I don't want to like force myself to play if I'm tired. Okay, so we did, yeah, it's still the first act. I mean, there are some pathways here. You know what we could do? Alright, we're gonna fall down. Alright, Chad, I know you guys have been waiting for this forever. It is time for the simple key. Now the question is, there's two simple key doors that I can open. There's one over to the left in Moss Grotto. And then there's yeah, I don't know, because the one, well, the Moss, can I climb on top of the elevator? Oh, yeah. Yeah, because this is where I had to do the skip before. I mean, with the dash, you don't have to do it. All right. Send it. Was there anything down here? Multiple use? No, I don't think so. See, we're at the wormways, which... Well, we were already at the wormways, but the other area probably leads to... I can make that. Unless... Is this a waste? Not necessarily. This reminds me of Deep Nest. Yeah, this place seems awful. What? Can't use it. This place is scary, man. Oh god. Where am I going? This is some kind of puzzle, I think. Like the blue blood puzzle in the abyss. I think. Destroyed in the right order? Maybe. I think we're just going backwards. I don't think I'm... Oh, no, this is... Oh my gosh, this is so confusing. No map. Can't see anything. That just goes back down. That's where I came in. Bugsers. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. Alright, we're gonna go back this direction now. Do a little bit of farming. I thought this guy was a friend for a second. Okay, well, I haven't been over here. That guy's got like a fruit on him or something. Oh, is this where the... Wait, what is this? Chapel of the Wanderer. Okay, wait, I think... Oh, there's another mossberry. Right. Can I show my map? Yeah. We've explored a fair bit. Act 1, by the way. Yeah. Whatever that means. Oh, we're gonna open up a shortcut door here? Ah. Nice. Still can't get up here, though. I mean, that doesn't matter. Alright, let me go back. Yeah, so when we have this aura on, that's why there's like the orbs that appear. To be fair, I mean, they said there's 40 boss fights. A lot of the fights that we've done have been just like enemies. Like, you know, these arena fights. So, I mean, there's still so many bosses. Those aren't considered bosses. Yeah, that's my point. Cut swiftly and nimbly with short, precise strikes. Cool. It's interesting how they did this. Like, so for those who don't know, there's crests in this game, and they're basically stances. So like, depending on what crest so right now I have a different crest, which gives me this kind of like, oh, well now I have the fast one, actually. So yeah, it automatically equipped it. Our range is terrible. It's also like down pogo. This is more, I think this is more like, this is like the Hollow Knight. Okay, is there anything else this way? Oh yeah, now our... Okay, let's go to Bone Bottom. Yeah, the range on that is kind of rough. Well, we already used the key. But I don't know if we can do it yet. Whatever the area unlocks. So we have Reaper, attack with heavy arcing slashes and reap additional silk from enemies. Stalk prey and attack with lethal strikes. This is the base one. And then you have Wanderer, cut swiftly and nimbly with short, precise strikes. Honestly, I like the Reaper one. Let's try the Sting Shard. Man, we've still barely... I feel like we've barely found anything in terms of, like, abilities and... It's all that in general. Okay, well, so we explored the Bone Grave. But the worm ways we gotta explore. I feel like we should probably go to the back to the blasted steps and do whatever's up there. It's just the Wormways is dark. It's scary. Hello, Razik. Oh, hello.
Benefrag.
Little pilgrim, do you sleep? Hoy there. I was looking for somewhere to rest my weary shell and found this cozy station. These lands are dangerous. I had thought perhaps some harm had come to you. Harm? O Red Maiden, have faith. No harm can come to us on this holy ascent. We only need to keep our gaze upwards. Isn't this all so terribly grand? The great stone steps, the winds lifting us up like the voices of a choir, and just beyond it all is our pilgrimage's end. Great Citadel at last. The shining bench has risen for us. Farlum's kindness to we pilgrims is inexhaustible. Please rest, Red Maiden, and fear not, our kingdom watches over us all. Aren't those solemn judge bugs nice? They don't speak or sing, but I sense great wisdom behind their gleaming gazes. Beware them, little one. Wise or not, their judgments are often followed by violence. Many of your fellow pilgrims have fallen to them on these great steps. Oh? But even the fallen will sometimes stand again, and all pilgrimages will be completed, yes? That's how I've heard it. Great Citadel is so close I can hear the voices of our brother and sister pilgrims calling out to us. Wait, can we go? No, I think we need double jump for that. I'm not gonna go over there. Oh. Hey, Dreesen. Very much, man. The 5 good food. Oh, that's so sick, dude. Oh, craft metal. Nice. Oh no. Oh, that's not good. thought there was something there. Come on, give me a bench. Gonna be a fucking boss fight, isn't it? I feel like there's something up there, but... I don't know. Maybe not. Oh, what is this? The gate. The gate. Oh, the grand gate to the Citadel stands before us. We are so close. O mighty ones beyond the gate, we beg you, open the way and let we poor insignificant little pilgrims crawl into the light.
Kadastama.
I see no gatekeepers to heed your plea, pilgrim, though I too seek entry to the Citadel. Have you heard of a means to open this gateway? Weapons blunt it not, no holes for keys. 'Tis the bells, they say, the holy bells upon the path that open the way. In my journey up, I passed many large bells housed in old shrines. Each I have struck awake, yet still this gate stays closed. What other task must be done to see us pass beyond? The bells are rung, then the sacred threshold may now be crossed, for the final task is simple, only music, played fair and true. Music shall attune the bells and see the gate descend. Must be you to lead us, sister, you who brought this blessing. Play or sing and we shall follow. Ooh. I have no help! All right, well. Rip. Oh. No way. All right, I'm going back to the bench. I feel like there's should be like a bench here, but maybe not. Holy shit! Well, maybe there's a secret, maybe there's a secret bench somewhere. What if I go over this? I guess this is just an alternate path. Okay, what if I... I thought maybe bombs could open that up. I don't know. I feel like there's a bench up there. I don't know. It's just, it's weird that there's that section with nothing in it. Dude, this run back is brutal. And like the tools are good, but it uses a lot of my shards. I refuse to believe you have to do this run back. I don't know. I just... I mean, I guess it's like not that bad. It's kind of, it's not terrible. Not great Oh, I didn't mean to. Dude, the fact that contact damage is also like 2 is so rough. I see. I didn't even realize how that attack worked. You just die so fast. You just like, you know, like between the cut, like you can get hit by contact damage and then hit by like a follow-up attack right away afterwards. can only go for 2 hits. This boss is fucking cooking me, dude. Oh, okay. have killed me, but I'm glad I didn't stand next to him. Act 2. Yeah, I wanna finish the other area before I go here. I mean, we can maybe see if we could find like a stag station here. Oh. Map. And I don't want to go down. Oh wait, maybe I do actually. Where am I going? Bro. This is a cheap bench. So where am I? Oh, I'm down here. Interesting. Can you go back? You can't go back up the elevator shaft. You know, I bet you're gonna get... I bet I'm probably gonna get, like, double jump here. Are these all benches? Oh, they're one-time use benches. Oh. Classic. Alright, well, I guess I can't get out of here right now. Are these the Russian bugs? I'm dead! Guys, combo a decent bit. Oh, it fell. Crude map of the Underworks. Sure. Citadel. Wow, look at that. Look at how big that is. Holy moly. Another dark place. I don't like this. Like a machine in the background. I don't want to go down to the bottom. Oh, I can't actually go down. Never mind. That was stupid. Oops. Attacking me with like a mop or something. Ow. Okay. This place is kind of who designed this place? Well, that was really dumb. I don't like, what am I even supposed to do here? I don't like this place very much. Okay, back in business. Path of torture, yeah. Gonna do a little bit of cheese and guard bundle. Okay. That was really stupid. Impatient. Oh. Huh? Friendly. Oh God. Who is there? Me cannot clear see. At ease, large one, I am no danger to you. Me see you now, so clean, so lively. Surely you did come from above. Me time has come at last. Me work is done. You come to bring me up.
That's fine.
You mistake me. I am no resident of the Citadel. I'm a stranger here, though no foe to you. Oh, stranger. Me grave mistaken. Forgive me. Them's above. For me unworthy hope. Of course me work is not done. Harder, me must work harder. The harder me work, the sooner it come. Them's above, them watch us, always. Work hard, and us will go up. Sir, I fear you are long forgotten by your masters. Should you not rest? The burden this toil is placing on your shell is plain to see. You speak strange. Me cannot rest. Us works, and Citadel breathes. And them's above do sing, and all is right. When us works enough, them sees it. Them see it, and us gets us holy reward. May I ask what you know of the Citadel above you, sir? You go to much effort to reach it. The Citadel, most miracle of a place, bright and holy. Fresh water for all, much as can drink. Air so clean, can see the great roofs above. When me thinks of Citadel above, me works hardest of all. Me cannot say much more, friend. Them's is watching, us must keep working. Alright, I'll help. We took a break. What if I sprint? Full speed! Okay. I wonder if this is just like lore or if there's something we can do with this guy. And in the back was moving? What are you talking about? Oh, wait, you're right. I must have stopped, like, right before it. Because I was running for a while. Yo, Casper, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. We're almost there. Oh, okay, dude. That is so fucking troll. That's so fucking funny. AFK spot. Yeah, you could. That's an AFK farm, I guess. It's like 1 geo per minute. 1 rosary per minute. Talk to him. What do you mean talk to him? I just talked to him, bro. I was talking to him the whole time. Okay, this is where I jumped up. No, come on, get... Come on, dude. I'm just playing it safe. Dang. Oh, Jesus. Getting wrecked. Oh my gosh. Little cheese action here. Is there something here? Oh, a bench. Oh, shit. Nice. Oh, another bench that I gotta frickin' pay for, dude. Place is a scam. Oh, is this a... Oh, rosaries. Okay. Speak now, thy confession will be heard. You have confessed a sin most grave and must by works cleanse yourself. Return to your task and work off cycle, neither eating nor supping until new cycle begins. By the grace of Farloom Eternal, may you never tire, toil, and be forgiven. That was a fucking waste of my money. That's where I came from. Is there a... Oh. I'm confused. Well, we have a pathway open here now. This is... Is this where I was before? I feel like it is, but I might have missed this. Oops. Ooh, a bench. Hey, Kirksey, thank you for the sub, man. And thank you for all the other subs today, guys. I know there's like a lot of subs that I've missed. Thank you very much, guys. How do you get more weapons? Well, you can buy them or find them. Okay, guess we just go up here. I mean, there is still that pathway to the right and at the, well, I don't know about the bottom, but... What is this? 70. Alright, sure. Thank you for the 54 months, Sparky Man. Oh, we got a map of the Coral Chambers. Holy crap, dude. I want to go back to the... Okay, that's... I don't know if I want to go up there yet. Although, we should try to find... Well, let's open up this shortcut. Okay, that's... I don't know, maybe I can go... No way, dude. I'm gonna go back to the Underworks. I mean, we have a pathway back to the previous area, but I want to check. I want to see what's over to the right there, because I feel like there's probably one of those stations. The rosary beads are honestly pretty hard to come by. I gotta say, like, it's... Yeah, well, I wanted to go to the Chapter 1 map, but... I also want to be able to come back to this area. And I don't know... Well, I guess... Yeah, it's fine. How do I go? Is there a flea? Oh, that's the bench that I have to pay for. Dang it, dude. I don't really want to pay for it, but I also don't want to run through that again. The last boss I fought was pretty tough, yeah. Took me a few tries. I mean, we're still, like, pretty early on in the game, too, so... At least I feel like we are, just relative to, like, how much equipment and bosses we've fought. I mean, they've said in the trailer that there's, like, 40 different bosses in this game. And I'm pretty sure I fought, like, 6 or 7 at this point. Maybe more than that? I don't know. I don't feel like we've fought that many bosses, though. Check Hunter's Journal. I'm pretty sure we got... Oh, actually no. We have 81 out of 100. But I don't know if that means... I'm not sure exactly what that means. We still need to give the purple flowers too. Oh, it'll tell you how many bosses you've killed. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, these are two of the bosses we fought, but I don't know. I mean, we fought more than two bosses. I just they don't all appear like next to each other. Yeah, it's a pathway down. That's a bench. It's not that. No way out of here, right? Oh. I think the combat is harder, yeah. Oh, that's crazy. What is that steam vent hiding? No. I meant to heal there, but I screwed up. Thought he was gonna die. Dang it, man. I would have been fine if I had healed. Goofed. What's up, Nico? Unfortunately, I did not open that. Game harder than the Elden Ring. Yeah, it's pretty tough. Wait, is that an item? Oh no, that's just the vent. was kind of scary. Oh, nice. Upgrade. Okay, so I guess we just can't get... I guess the coral chambers maybe leads to whatever that other area is, because it's blocked off, where, like, the area to the right of the underworks. And I don't know how we get to the lower area either, because... Yeah, it's kind of tough. I don't know, I still feel like I need to get, like, double jump before it's worth, like, going back and re-exploring everything. Like, there is... I mean, I guess we could go... I don't know, I just want to find a... I want to find the stag station. You know, I think it's in the bottom right of the coral chambers. I guess there's no fast travel in the underworks. Unless there's like a hidden pathway. There could be a hidden one. Down to the right. You can't go down there though. Like it's gated off, I'm pretty sure. It might be open. I feel like I'm just wasting my time. I feel like I should just trust my instinct. But I'll go check. Like where... like it's completely walled off everywhere. There's nowhere to go. I broke the barrier? What are you talking about? What are you guys talking about? That was somewhere else completely, wasn't it? No? Like it's not here. You guys saying like all the way to the left? Oh, okay, I see what you guys are saying. Oh. Ooh, what is that? Delver's Drill. Rotary tool used for boring into bone and rock. Drives the wielder downwards while spinning the drill with destructive force. Oh, that's cool. Use drill here. I don't think so. I think this is just here to indicate that there's something down below here. I can't use the drill, guys, and I don't think you... I don't... That's like metal. Can't drill through metal. The shell of Belltown. I don't know, that's pretty high up. We're okay. More fucking Scamba benches. Okay, it looks like you just have to go up to the coral chambers, I guess. Okay, well, it's still worth. I'm gonna do it. The enemies here drop like no rosaries at all. You get some, but not great. Those guys actually gave me so much height there. It's like an upgrade you can find, Nico. Oh, wrong way. At least this isn't a scam bench. the last judge? Yeah, I did. So Fletcher, thank you for the 3 gifted subs, man. Oh. The sprinting attack is sick. It's like a upswing. Actually a big fan of that. Oh shit! What's this? The little spider climbs so high, here to stand a quiver at our startling citadel. Ill child, you return only to mock. Neither you nor your land have proven my match. The sleeping citadel shall be no different. Spider dear, why must you remain so distressingly optimistic? That power that waits above, you cannot conceive. Her who would snuff that hope with barely a glance. Fool child, you still think me blind to the form of your liege, having come this far. This land's grandeur, the devotion of its bugs, and the curse that befalls them, the signs are clear. Your kingdom is in the thrall of a creature beyond bug, one of that higher caste. Whatever its desire for my silk and my shell, it shall find them quite attached to both. Marvelous. So the spider knows something of fathomless beings, and still it hopes to stand against one, a god. Where do you hide this boundless strength you claim, spider? I've watched her struggle towards us. Yours was a painful, broken trek. One needs grace to stand before the divine. Then best you keep watching, child. I've found those who claim themselves a god can rarely match the title, and experience tells me even gods can fall. Oh, I thought we were gonna fight. Oh shit. Oh, so much rosary, dude. These enemies are juiced. Dude, they drop like 19 each. Holy. The other enemies were dropping like 2. And pennies. Oh, I can break that. Ooh, big money. Nice. Breaking your furniture. Yo, we're at the land of the rich right now. A white lock bearing a surgical symbol. Okay, we're gonna mark this. That's where I got this. Where I got the beads. Make sure I'm exploring well. Oh, the music here is so nice, dude. Getting stacks, dude. Where the heck am I going? I don't know if I want to go that way. Oh, what is that? Is that a shower? For unwashed gamers. Oh shit. Wait, was there anything else here? There's a door there, but... Eating today? I ate before, like at the start of the stream. And I had some snacks, like during the stream, but yeah, I kind of want to get some dinner soon. I'm pretty hungry again. I feel like... What am I met? What Oh, there's something up here. Oh, hello. Ah, the caress of this warm water on my weary limbs is welcome indeed, as soothing as a psalm. Haha. Will you splishy splash in the holy bath with me, Red Maiden? We can sing together to aid in our rejuvenation. What if I...
Fadastana.
Little pilgrim, these baths provide some respite from the dangers without, but even so, you should not let down your guard. You must have seen now that the bugs of the Citadel are long fallen to the haunting.
Oh, Benventra.
Some of my brothers and sisters have seemed lost somehow, yes, but to be lost is to be sometimes found, is it not sung? Yes, the Citadel will provide for them. It is a holy place indeed that holds wonders such as this lovely warm bath. Oh, nice. Let me, Oh, cool. It's like a down pogo. Kinda. Okay, now we're back here. Armagon, it seems so. I'm down from there? Oh, did I? Oh yeah, you're right, aren't you? Okay, and this was just the secret path. Oh god. More? Oh my gosh. Shame they don't drop the beads though. obsessed with beads, I am. I need a lot of them. We can do this, why not? We're getting a lot. Am I planning to do a Silksong speedrun later? Yeah, I'm definitely interested. Wait, travel? Oh, wait, what? Terminus? What the fuck, where is that? Oh gosh. Wait, you can just... There was one of those in the basement too. Yeah, I thought it was a, It's the one that I thought was a bench, right? But it wasn't. I was like, oh, I'm not gonna pay for this bench. There was like a bench close by. That was in the Underworks, wasn't it? I think. Was it in the Underworks? Drill is pretty good, dude. Actually. Can't go that way. So dark. What should I get for dinner tonight, chat? Pizza? Cold pizza? Probably shouldn't have turned off the light. Oh, nice. We can open this now. Probably didn't need to kill those guys, but it does help with the Hunter's Journal. We're getting frickin' rich, dude. I feel like there's something up there. Dang it, dude, I just want to use the drill on this guy. Ooh, what is this? Great bugs, you who weep as your kingdom fades, join me upon the stage. Together we shall inflame the passion of Farloom. On the stage. The frickin' grin? Almost kind of looked like him, too. Did we get Silk Eater? Is that a charm? Oh. Grub that lives within and feeds upon Farloom's lingering silk, born with the ability to send silk over great distances, consume the silk eater to retrieve a cocoon after falling in battle. Oh, cool. It's like a rancid egg, except you can just use it from your inventory. It's pretty nice. Yeah, sorry, chat, I'm blind sometimes. Give me. Yeah, the grubs got replaced by the fleas, basically.
Ada!
Luminarat.
Benny Frank.
Oh, mas
The cheeky little so-and-so came by and dropped his cargo off at last. Oh yeah, right, the courier. Poor dear was so shaken by his misadventures, I almost didn't have the heart to dock his earnings. All's well now, though. Take a look at the lovely new goods I have available. Spool fragment. Oh, so we can hold more silk. Multi-binder. I rarely saw objects as intriguing as this, supposed to improve a bug's natural ability to heal. Can't say I've felt its effects myself, but then I keep more healthy than most. Interesting. I guess we'll get the spool fragment. Why not? Is there another request? Oh, donate. I don't have enough. I'll have to donate later. Okay. Gray root of shellwood. Where do I turn in this quest? Does anyone remember where Gray Root of Shellwood is? Should have marked the NPC. Is this the final act? I don't think so, no. think it's somewhere here, right? Down here? We're just back at... Dude, I don't know where I'm going, guys. I mean, that's the name of the game, though, I guess. I thought I heard him for a sec. Oh, fuck. Oh wait, maybe... With this guy? Aha! The precious hearts, give them, for the time of birth, for the right they must bleed. Palip Hearts gathered all that is needed is given. First right of the Palip, the first right can begin. Bug cloaked by red, the time of rebirth approaches. First right is completed, prepared for the time of birth. Take, the refuse of the right. Palip pouch. Applies venom to equipped tools. Oh, shit. The time of birth approaches. Alright, what else do we have? The Silver Bells, the Skull Tyrant. Oh, let's go to the halfway home in Greymore. I love how you can move, like, instantly. You just come, like, flying out of the animation. Barkeep, I've seen your request on the Bellstown wish wall. What assistance are you seeking? Ah, perfect. You're the able sort that'll make short work of the task. Problem is those blasted craws atop here. My roof is fast becoming their cozy nest. Now they've grown so bold they're starting to attack pilgrims as they pass. Would you simply have me slay them? Your sturdy shell seems more than up to that task. If only it were so simple. Kill the ones above and more just keep coming. It's the warmth of this home, you see, draws them right in. Looking for a long-term solution, a scarecraw. I'll build the biggest there's ever been, so fearsome it'll keep those craws away for good. All I need is some rag pelt from the craw bugs themselves. Hunt them down, collect their pelts, and bring me back a heap of the stuff. I'll do the rest. Craw bugs. What are craw bugs? Not these guys. No craw bugs in here. I give all the NPCs the same voice. Yeah. Yeah, because that's what I prefer, alright? There is a bestiary, yeah, we should check it actually. What are they called that I'm looking for? Will I do the Pantheon of Silksong? Yes. Where are these craw bugs? I don't want to pull one at a time. Five of these pelts seems like a lot. Oh wait, I bet this guy drops. There we go. Have I been up this way? Oh shit! Daughter of a distant land, we who have remained have waited long. Bind our strength to yours, reclaim the future of our haunted kingdom. Yo, we're getting ability! The Thread Storm. Attack by whipping a storm of silk around oneself. Oh, it's a skill. Nice. I was wondering when we were going to get a new skill. Yeah, it's like the move she uses in the boss fight, I think. Scaring me, bro. How many of these pelts do we have? 20? You're supposed to get up there again? One more! Oh, nice! We got the flea! Awoo. I love how quickly you can move around in this game. You can dash down. You can't dash up, though. Yeah, down dashing is in the game by default. Vertically dash, not diagonally. Bro, Hello? I just answered your fucking question. Welcome back, traveler. How'd you get along with collecting the rag pelt from those mangy craw bugs? They're squawking and crewing up there is starting to wear mightily on my patrons. Patrons.
Cadestre.
Here's the rag pelt, sir. I hope the amount is sufficient for your work. Aye, this should be enough. Once I find a quiet moment, I'll get straight to building that mighty scarecrow. With a little luck, my roof should be clear of those pests when you pass by. Thank you kindly, traveler. As payment goes, I've got something I think you'd make good use of, a spare crafting kit. I've been holding on to it for someone else, but they've been gone long enough now that I know they won't be returning. Thank you, sir. This is a worthy trade for my work. My tools shall attain an even sharper edge. I don't know what the crafting kit... Oh, it increases the damage of your tools. Cool. Okay. That's like the damage of your tools is separate. There's somebody here. There's a blessed bit of luck to find this place, eh, sister? The climbs proved harder than even my best guessing, but there's still some vigor left in these old limbs, doubly so. Now I have a belly full of nectar. Might have taken me a beat to build the courage, but I can feel it closer now. The Citadel calling me up. Well, we've got the silver bells, the skull tyrant. Man, this game is so good, dude. Is it possible to make her say Shah? I have not heard her say Shah yet. Is this game good? Scale the Citadel and confront the one who haunts the lands of Farloom. The thing is, like, we've explored so much of the map, chat, but at the same time, I still feel like we have so much of the game left. I don't know, like maybe I'm wrong, and like maybe we have done like a good amount of it, but I feel like there's still so much left. So I think I'm gonna call it a night here, chat. We've been streaming for 12 and a half hours. I'm gonna get some dinner. I think this is a good stopping point. I really want to get some food, and I don't want to overdo it, chat. I'm starting to feel like fatigued, and I don't want to like push myself to stream more. This has been a really fun first day of the game. We've made a lot of progress. We will sleep on it, and tomorrow we will return and finish up those other missions. Tomorrow when we start, we'll get the silver bells and see if we can find the skull tyrant of the Marrow. We might not be able to do that though until we get double jump. I don't know, but if we couldn't get it until we get double jump, I don't know why they would give it to us. So yeah, I'm super excited to play more tomorrow, chat. This game is freaking amazing. It's so good. I can't wait to play more tomorrow, chat. But yeah, thank you all for joining me for my first playthrough. This game is amazing. Is there an Act 3? I assume that's what you're asking. There probably is, yes. Yeah, probably. Oh man. God, this game is so good. I'm so excited to see, like... I feel like the end game in this is gonna be brutal, actually. Like, for the early game in this is so much harder than base game Hollow Knight. I've died a lot on this playthrough. Like, taking 2 damage is just so punishing. This game is I mean, it's not like it's super difficult or anything, but I do feel like this game is definitely harder than base game Hollow Knight, which, I mean, it should be, considering it's like a sequel and everything, but... The beast thing who spawns mobs? I don't know, I mean, I haven't had, like, too bad of a time on any boss in particular. Like, some of them have taken me a few tries, but I've not been, like, hard stuck on anything. Thanks for the confidence boost for first-timers. I mean, you'll be fine, it's just the game is definitely harder than base game, that's all. You'll finish the game today. No. Alright, have a great rest of your night, chat. I'm just gonna end stream. I don't know who to raid. Go watch whoever you want, chat. I don't want to raid into spoiler territory. I don't want to, cause like, I don't know how far people are in Silksong, and I don't want to like raid as somebody playing Silksong and get spoiled. So I'm gonna stay off social media and go get some dinner, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I will probably be up pretty early tomorrow. I'm just gonna get dinner and go to bed, and I'll be back whenever I wake up tomorrow, so. God, this game is so good, Chad. I'm so excited to play more. Like, I want to play more right now, but I'm tired, and I know it's for the best to like go get food and just continue tomorrow. This has been a long stream. All right, good night, everybody. Bye-bye, chat. Forgot to save. The game saves automatically. Okay. All right, bye.